taking up this particular cause and going through the rigor every year to recognize and also therefore to bring them on for and to give them the awards which they so well deserve. So one can always talk much more on these kinds of topics, but those of whom are working in the ground, not just talking, but changing, bringing that transformational change are to be recognized, and that's what you've done. Once again, my word of appreciation to the Hindu group and the Hindu business line. And thanks for having me here. Once again, a big applause for all those who have won the award this year. Thank you.
To be fair, ladies and gentlemen, I guess every moment has been very, very special this particular evening. But we just go one step further for a very special moment. It is the launch of the Hindu business line Changemaker tabloid that is up next on the agenda. This special issue chronicles the journey, transformation, and hard work of all the remarkable change makers that we have honored tonight. I now invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage for the official launch. Dr. S. Y. D. Subramaniam, who's the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor of Sastra University. Can we have your company on stage, sir? Mr. Aditya Gupta, who's the Executive Director, Life Insurance Corporation of India. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. Mr. Vivek Srivastava, who's the Country Sales Manager, India and SAARC for Fortinet. Thank you so much, sir. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It indeed is a very, very special evening, this. Mr. L.V. Navneet, who's the CEO of the Hindu Group. Mr. K. Venugopal, who's the Chairman of Kasturi and Sons Limited. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the launch of this special edition. Credibility is the first word that comes to our mind when we talk about the Hindu, we talk about the business line. Credibility over the years across a wide variety of subjects. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to call upon Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, who's the Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group, to deliver his vote of thanks.
All my colleagues from the Hindu Group, thank you so much. Raghu, the editorial team, my advertising team, circulation team, the production team for such a wonderful tabloid. All of us at the Hindu Group, thank you so much. But the most important are our partners. My friend Vaidi, thank you so much. Shastra, yet again, for supporting us like you always do every year, is a pillar of strength for us. State Bank of India, our associate partners LIC, J&K Bank, NTPC, Union Bank of India, NMDC, Indian Bank Allahabad, SR, Punjab and Sindh Bank, and Swelect Energy. Thank you, Casagrande, for our reality partner. Fortinet, our cybersecurity partner. Our TV partner, NDTV 24/7. And let's not forget our knowledge partners, Ashoka, Deloitte, and our validation partner, Niti. Thank you once again for each one of you for gracing the Business Line Changemaker Awards and making this evening truly memorable. And thank you, ma'am, once again. So happy to have you here. Thank you, and good night. Shubhratri.
Visuals coming in of the Prime Minister's plane that seems to have landed in the US. He's arrived at the Philadelphia airport in the US. Of course, it's going to be a power-packed visit for the Prime Minister that will kickstart with that crucial bilateral with President Joe Biden at his residence. So, live pictures coming in of the Prime Minister's plane landing. This is his first visit to the US after taking oath as the Prime Minister for the third time. Extremely crucial given the fact that there's a lot on agenda. Of course, first a bilateral and then the Quad meeting. And we must not forget the geopolitical context, the diplomatic context in which the Prime Minister has embarked on his visit to the US, given the fact that, of course, you have two wars raging, the war in Ukraine and, of course, in Gaza. So a lot is on agenda. Can India really play the peacemaker, broker peace with the US? All of that. All of those big questions, those key questions. And apart from that, of course, the Prime Minister will be addressing, at the UN as well. So that's going to be crucial. Last year, remember, the Prime Minister had addressed the US Congress for the second time. So that was a historic feat in itself. But these visuals, defining in the sense that this is an election year in the US, so of course a lot of uncertainty, but the Prime Minister has maintained equally close relations with both former President Trump as well as the incumbent President Joe Biden. And in just a short while from now, we'll get those visuals of the Prime Minister deplaning. This is the Philadelphia airport where the Prime Minister has arrived. It's a 3-day visit, remember, that begins with that crucial bilateral tonight in just a short while from now. Let me go across live to my colleague Vishnu Shom, who's joining us live from the US. So Vishnu, live visuals coming in of the Prime Minister arriving at the Philadelphia airport. In just a short while from now, we'll see him deplaning, emerging out of the plane. What all is on agenda as far as day one of this visit is concerned?
Well, it's all beginning now, Vedant, and I can tell you my own tension is going up because there's plenty of work to be done. The Prime Minister has landed now in Philadelphia International Airport. From here, he comes to Wilmington in Delaware, which is where I am right now. It's over here that he's going to be meeting the US President Joe Biden in an important bilateral relationship that should take forward the relationship between India and the United States. Later on in the day, there'll be the meeting of Quad leaders as well. There's just a statement from the Office of the National Security Advisor of the United States, which has come in, which I'd just like to read out. Who said, Mr. Sullivan has said, the President will also hear from Prime Minister Modi about his trip to Ukraine, which was an important and indeed historic trip, and it will be the opportunity for the two of them to talk about their respective views on the way forward. And then with respect to China, they will talk about how they see China's actions in the region where China is headed. And that's not just true in the security domain, but in the economic and technology domain as well, and work to try to coordinate approaches to the extent that makes sense for both. So this is important because it does, in fact, reflect what we've been reporting now, Vedant, for the last couple of days, that the entire visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Russia a couple of months back and then to Ukraine, India's position as a leader of the global south, India's position that the sovereignty of nations needs to be protected, that the UN Charter needs to be respected, but that there needs to be a quick and an equitable solution, a fair solution to the war between Russia and Ukraine, one which will ensure that the loss of lives, which has been absolutely catastrophic, does come to an end. Secondly, and this is important not just from the Quad perspective, but certainly India and the United States with that strong defense relationship, is conversations about China and how both nations and the Quad actually see where the Asia-Pacific region is headed with regard to China. Now, what specifically are we talking about? China, which has seen record economic growth over the last 2 decades, is now in an advanced stage of building up its navy. The rate of Chinese naval expansionism, by which I mean the construction of new warships, is the highest that we've seen of any country in the world, in the history of the world, perhaps. And it's the deployment of these assets, certainly in the South China Seas, but increasingly in the Indian Ocean region, increasingly in the Pacific Ocean, that represents a formidable military threat for countries such as Taiwan, for countries which have concerns in the South China Sea, like the Philippines. And of course, the United States, which has turned its entire military focus from an Atlantic focus to a Pacific focus. Further afield, China has been building military bases in the Indian Ocean region. That concerns us. For example, China's first overseas military base was in Djibouti. They've got the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka. They've got it on lease for a period of 99 years. So we've seen that greater presence of China over there. They've been scouring the waters of the Bay of Bengal and parts of the Indian Ocean with what they call research ships, but we understand that as an effort to chart waterways underwater for use for potential submarine operations in the future. So these are all areas of concern which President Biden and Prime Minister Modi would perhaps talk about. Now, that's also likely to be a theme which comes up in the Quad Summit. Remember, the Japanese Prime Minister, Mr. Kishida, is over here. The Australian Prime Minister, Mr. Albanese, is over here, President Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Quad itself is not a military grouping. However, on the sidelines of Quad, there is an important military exercise, That military exercise is called the Malabar military exercises, which has seen participation initially by the United States, but over a period of time by the Australian and Japanese navies as well. It's one of the most advanced naval military exercises which anywhere in the world. It gets held every year off the coast of India. Sometimes it is held further afield, but it is there to ensure that the navies of all of these countries can work together at a very high level. What do I mean by a very high level? Aircraft carrier operations, simultaneous aircraft carrier operations, submarine operations, anti-submarine operations, firing exercises, anti-missile warfare exercises, and the entire gamut of operations using fleets and systems of communication, which the various navies, sort of try and work towards integrating. So integrating forces and ensuring that they can work cohesively is what Malabar does. So that's again something which, Quad backs itself on. But of course, the economic grouping of the entire region, the prosperity of the Asia-Pacific region, that's something that's going to come up. I should mention that this visit was supposed to take place, this Quad meeting, in fact, was supposed to take place in India, but at the convenience of the US President and also the Prime Ministers of the other countries, it's being held over here. They've got other agendas in the United States at this time, which is why the next Quad meeting in 2025, I've been told, will be held in India, perhaps in New Delhi.
That's right, Vishnu. And in fact, President Biden has also put out a tweet. In fact, he's posted on social media platform X saying, "Today I welcome Prime Ministers Modi, Kishida and Albanese to my home. These leaders aren't just essential to ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific. They're friends of mine and friends of our nation. I look forward to all we'll accomplish in the summit ahead." So, of course, Vishnu, the Prime Minister's visit there also crucial in the current geopolitical context and also as a voice of the global South. The Prime Minister and our External Affairs Minister have really put forward the concerns of our side of the world, concerns of the Indo-Pacific as well, amid what is being described as a growing Chinese footprint, perhaps.
Yeah, so we've discussed a lot of that, the growing Chinese footprint, and that's why, you've got the Quad doing the work that they've been doing. But let me just add something. The reason I'm indoors over here is because this entire area, I think now, is just about starting to get locked down ahead of the arrival of the Prime Minister to this hotel that I'm in Wilmington, in Delaware. He'll be here for a couple of hours before he proceeds for what will be an extremely busy day of work. There is the Quad Summit later on. There'll be, before that, the bilateral meeting with President Biden. Later in the evening, there is an important event as well. It's being called the Cancer Moonshot. It's basically a Quad initiative for the inoculation of women, the vaccination of women, fighting against cancer. It's a known killer, cervical cancer specifically. So it's a major Quad initiative to fight against cervical cancer across the region, which is being announced. We will see a lot of statements about that. It's something which all of these nations have been looking forward to announcing and as a major Quad initiative. But again, to answer your question, yes, China is an area of great concern. But I think there is another area that we do need to look at. In the last 24 hours or so, members of, in the extended White House offices, members of the National Security Advisor's Office of the United States have met with leaders who are sympathetic, Sikh leaders who are sympathetic, we believe, to the Khalistani cause. And it comes at a time when the United States has, their judiciary, their legal process has started to, put cases against even our National Security Advisor in connection with the alleged attempt to end the life of Gurpatwant Singh Pannoon, who is a known terrorist and a Khalistani sympathizer, a Khalistani leader, as it were. So that is something, however, the fact that, there are groups, Sikh groups over here in the United States who just before the arrival of Prime Minister have met senior leaders in the United States administration is perhaps an indicator that this is something which is going to be brought up in talk. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. New Delhi, for our part, has repeatedly said that, we've done our best in trying to do investigations, to look into what the U.S. concerns are. But the key point is that this entire Pannoon episode is not a showstopper in terms of the relationship between India and the United States. But I mentioned this because it is likely to be something that's going to come up as well.
That's right, Vishnu. And as we stay on these pictures, these live pictures coming in from the Philadelphia airport, the India-US relationship has transformed, really. I mean, it won't be an understatement to say that it's been a turning point in the India-US relationship, particularly in the last 5 to 6 years. I mean, last year when the Prime Minister was in the US, President Joe Biden, in fact, described this relationship as a partnership for the future. Of course, new avenues being explored, whether it's in space, defense. Why is it such an important, partnership for India? Why are these bilateral ties so crucial for us?
Well, Vedant, that's an interesting question. And I can tell you that when I started working as a journalist about 28.5 years back, there was never any conversation about India being at all close with the United States in the manner that we see now. The relationship now with the United States as a strategic partner, that also an extremely close strategic partner, is one of the most relevant, one of the most important strategic partnerships of any country anywhere in the world. This being the case, it is important to reflect on what we've seen grow over the last period of several years. For India and the United States to actually emerge as close diplomatic and military partners, because we are military partners as well, has required the formulation of foundational agreements which ensure that India complies with certain US legal safeguards which exist. For example, for the use of, for the acquisition of high-end military systems, for the communication between systems which are of American origin being used by the Indian Armed Forces and the American Armed Forces. Then, for example, foundational agreements on the basis of which US warships can be serviced in Indian ports, they can be refueled in Indian ports, and they can be maintained in Indian ports as well. I mean, I'm just talking about the three of them. There's been Lemore, there's been Sismore, there have been several others which have actually taken place. But that process of getting through those foundational agreements and India, the US agreeing and listening to what India's concerns are and ensuring that they came out with something which worked for both sides took many years. But it is all out there now. It's all water under the bridge. It's been signed by both sides. And so that foundation actually exists on the basis of which both sides can really take that relationship forward. The earliest sign that we saw in the last couple of decades of where this relationship might be headed was the India-US nuclear deal. The fact that extremely sophisticated nuclear technology for peaceful purposes was being shared, or the US was willing to share that technology with India, given the fact that we've got incredible energy requirements, is something that we should certainly look at as a major highlight in that relationship between the two countries. Whether that the nuclear deal between India and the US has been very successful, whether or not it's really achieved what it could, is a separate issue. But the fact that both sides are absolutely clear that if it has to go forward, all the work has been done to ensure that the US can sell the state-of-the-art technology to India is an indicator of where the relationship had reached several years back. Since then, we have gotten into defense deals. For example, the C-17 transport aircraft, which is the primary heavy lifter of the Indian Air Force, that's American. The Apache attack helicopter, that's the state-of-the-art attack helicopter, and the most significant heavy attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, that is an American product. The P-8I maritime reconnaissance aircraft used by the Indian Navy, and they've got more than a dozen of these. Perhaps the most sophisticated anti-submarine warfare aircraft anywhere in the world, that is an American product. The M860 Romeo helicopter, which is just in the process in the last couple of months being inducted upon on Indian Navy warships, that's got a role in anti-submarine operations and anti-ships operations and multi-role operations. That is entirely an American product as well. There is a Predator drone deal, which is a multi-billion-dollar deal for 31 Predator Sea Guardian drones, unmanned drones, which India and the US are negotiating right now. That is a deal that will happen. It's just a question of when it does, and whether there'll be an announcement this time around or not is something we'll have to see. So the reason I've given you these specific examples, and these are just a handful of examples, there are many more examples, is to share and explain how that military relationship, in a sense, has been one of the key bedrocks of the relationship between the two countries, that America sees us as a strategic ally. The engine deal, which was announced just a couple of months, some time back when the Prime Minister was over here for that important bilateral meeting with President Biden, the fact that GE 404 engines, which will power India's Tejas fighters and Tejas Mark II fighters, will be built in India is a very big deal. The fact that the US is willing to transfer jet engine technology, a great deal of it. Remember, jet engine technology is the holy grail of aviation technology. The fact that they're willing to share that also an engine system, the F414 engine, is one of the most sophisticated in the world, one of the most reliable in the world. The fact that they're willing to share a lot of that technology for manufacture in India is very, very interesting indeed. So these are examples of what the India and the United States are all about. While I talk about all of these strategic aspects of the relationship, I would still argue that the relationship is premised on the people-to-people association between Washington and New Delhi. the fact that we've got remarkable progress of the Indian community in the United States, that they're among the most productive communities in the United States, one of the most well-to-do, one of the richest, one of the most able communities. That, I mean, just this morning I got a small snapshot of that when I was speaking to an entire family of physicians. The father was a physician, the two boys were physicians, and they'd all come over here. They are here right now waiting to meet Prime Minister Modi. I spoke to an IT professional who's done extremely good work over here as well. So that's just a snapshot of what we know to be something that underwrites that India-US relationship, the strong people-to-people equations which do exist. So, and then of course there's education in Vedant. How can we not speak about education? The fact that you've got lakhs of Indian students who want to get into American colleges, while India would of course want those students to continue studying in our country, the fact that they see the US as a place of opportunities, Indians getting out of the American college, entering the American college system, exiting the American college system after degrees, have been brilliant in California, in Silicon Valley. I mean, Indians are the face of some of the largest companies, American companies on earth, IT companies, other companies as well. One of the people meeting Prime Minister Modi at some stage tomorrow is likely to be Arvind Krishna, the CEO of IBM. Another Indian who's done so brilliantly well. We've spoken about Satya Nadella and we've spoken about so many others. But these are just small examples of how Indians have succeeded in this country. And that's something which the US government knows so well. And of course, Kamala Harris with her Indian roots, that connect is very, very strong indeed.
Absolutely, Vishnu. I think you put it very well that this is, in a sense, a lot about the people-to-people connect. And, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time that President Biden has invited global dignitaries to Wilmington, perhaps also, in a sense, underlining his closeness with each of the dignitaries, each of the world leaders?
Well, it's certainly the first time that he's invited Prime Minister Modi to Wilmington in Delaware. Not entirely sure about other leaders, Vedant.
All right, Vishnu. And, as we were discussing earlier as well, what makes this visit extremely significant is that it's not just a bilateral visit, it's a multilateral visit in that sense, because, of course, you have the Quad Summit and, of course, issues like regional stability, world peace. Those are pretty high up there on the priority list as well, given the fact that you have two wars, the war in Ukraine as well as the what's happening in Gaza as well. So is the Prime Minister's visits to Ukraine and Russia also something that could be discussed in that crucial bilateral meeting?
And to the wars that you've mentioned, Vedant, that we talk about an area which is a primary concern for the United States, and that is Taiwan. India has close relations, increasingly close relations with Taiwan at a time when Taiwan faces incredible hostility from China. The fact that you've got the Chinese regularly violating the air defense identification zone, that is a virtual line of control around the island of Taiwan. That's something that America is very upset about, that America is very concerned about. I mean, is this a prelude for a larger Chinese operation against Taiwan? And that's obviously something which the Japanese Prime Minister would be very concerned about. The fact that you've got Chinese warships, Chinese aircraft, on the odd occasion entering lines which Japan feels are red lines, that they shouldn't be actually entering. It all comes at a time when Japan, which is among the foremost economies in the world, is really stepping up the construction of its own navy, the development of its own air force to counter what it perceives to be a huge threat. We in India keep talking about that. We clearly aren't doing enough, but obviously the threat from China is well understood and well recognized. So, when you talk about bilateral relationships over here, when Prime Minister Modi meets Prime Minister Kishida, who's a friend of India's, there is, of course, the strong economic relationship between India and Japan. The fact that Japan is involved in giving us soft loans in so many projects. The bullet train between Gujarat and Maharashtra is just one example of that. We've had Japanese companies do brilliantly well in India. The biggest example of that, I would suggest, is Suzuki, Maruti Suzuki. It's such an important part of our economy. But then, underwriting this economic relationship is that joint concern which I've been talking about, which is the growth of China, and the fact that the Chinese economy is so dominant, the fact that they are salami slicing territory all over the region. I mean, just look at the case of Bhutan, stories which we have reported, where a tiny landlocked Bhutanese Himalayan nation sees territory from its ancestral lands being taken over by the Chinese army. They have no way of defending themselves. Look at what's happening in Chinese atoll construction in the South China Seas. The fact that you've got disputes with so many nations, whether it is the Philippines, whether it is Malaysia, whether it is Vietnam, and to a certain extent Cambodia as well. These are disputes which so many nations face. Then, of course, there's India's relationship with Australia, and I expect the Prime Minister to meet Prime Minister Albanese as well. I remember reporting more about 15 odd years back when there was this sense of wariness in Australia about the growth of the Indian Navy, the deployment of Indian Navy in waters far away from India's coastline. Now you have the Australians wanting to engage us in the highest level military exercises. There's been an exercise which has been held recently called the Pitch Black exercises, which are the very, very high-end military aviation exercises held in Australia. You've had the participation of the Indian Air Force over there for the last couple of years, including in just the last couple of weeks. So again, that's a relationship that's changed. When Prime Minister Albanese was in India, he spoke about so many areas where India can actually evolve. And again, that bedrock of that relationship, some would suggest, is the people-to-people link that the Indian community has done so well in Australia. The fact that Australia is a chosen destination for Indian students looking for an education outside our country. So that's another bedrock. So there is so much now which is common. Obviously, there are differences as well. And we alluded to a couple of them, but those are specific to India and the US presently. But the grouping is sound, the grouping is strong. What is the future of the Quad is something which we can perhaps discuss later on, because while there is AUKUS, which has been formed, which is a group of Japan, of France, of the United States, and of Australia, which is primarily a military body looking at Asia-Pacific security. India is not a part of that. But there is a bit of a contradiction, if I can use that word, when I point out that on the sidelines of Quad is the Malabar series of naval exercises, which features all of the Quad nations and our very sophisticated military and naval war games which take place. So it all comes together at some level. It's based on the close relationship, which can really be developed, furthered, and it's compatible with each other's interests, and it is pragmatic enough to alter and change going forward, depending on the nature of threats which emerge, or certainly the nature of opportunities which emerge as well.
All right, Vishnu, do stay on with us as I introduce our guests this evening as well. Ashok Sajanhar, former diplomat, is with us. Also, Zenia Behel, professor and political analyst at the Cleveland State University, Ohio. Irina Zuckerman, the U.S. National Security Analyst, is also with us. Thanks all very much for being with us this evening. But Vishnu, before I introduce the guests, we have discussed the larger issues of defense and security and maritime security, but also talk to us about issues that matter to you and I, whether it's climate change or artificial intelligence, or issues like the India-US drug framework, what's happening with the India-US space agreement. So these are issues that are, that in a sense have a lot of interest around them. Vishnu, if you can hear me.
Sorry, Vedanta, I couldn't hear you properly. If you can just repeat that question quickly.
No, so what I tend to ask you is that while we have discussed the larger issues of defense and security and maritime security, talk to us a little bit about also issues that matter to you and I. For example, climate change, health, artificial intelligence, the India-US drug framework.
So,
these are issues
that
have a lot of interest around them.
And let me tell you, let's talk through that. Sure, let's talk through that through a couple of prisms. Let's talk about technologies. Let's talk about, for example, semiconductor technology. That is very important for chips in the Indian auto sector. India and the United States talk about resilient supply chains, the importance of American companies being willing to set up foundries in India to enable the massive growth of semiconductors in India, which fulfills requirements from the television industry to military aviation, through to the automotive sector, through to computing, through to what have you. Particularly at a time when Taiwan is increasingly threatened by China, particularly at a time when the Chinese seem to be dominating the sphere. Let's talk about healthcare between the two countries. Today, the Quad leaders, and again, I'm shifting between bilateral India, US, and the Quad, which is all these countries, because they are so aligned. There will be a Quad announcement today on a cancer moonshot, essentially a vaccination attempt announced by Quad leaders, which talks about protecting women throughout the Quad region.
All right, Vishnu, stay on with us as these live pictures now coming in. Well, the Prime Minister, as you can see, has been received by received at the Philadelphia airport there. He's deplaned, he's emerged out of the plane. He's now headed straight to Wilmington as the Prime Minister there in US. His first visit to the US after taking oath for the third time as a Prime Minister, a power-packed visit, and these are live pictures coming in from Philadelphia. Yes, Vishnu, go ahead.
No, so, live pictures of the Prime Minister arriving. It's just a 3-day visit, but heavens, he's got it really packed this time around in terms of his priorities. He's going to be coming to this hotel where I am right now. The reason I'm not out on the road is that I can see by looking out the window is the Secret Service have this entire area completely covered, so road access not possible. He's going to be here for a little while before he moves to the residence of President Joe Biden. I would hope to be there as well to sort of get a chance to see the two leaders greet each other before they head off for the bilateral meetings. And then, of course, there will be the Quad Summit, which takes place as well. But, I'd spoken to you about the cancer moonshot. I'd spoken to you about semiconductor technology. Let's talk about climate change, which you have referred to. I think a lot of what India is looking for from the United States is the transfer of state-of-the-art technology, which makes the transition to green energy, green technology is so much easier for India. It's a primary concern among nations of the South, and India has repeatedly said that, look, in as much as we make our own efforts, whether it's with green hydrogen or new technology when it comes to batteries, the transfer of technology, which is often proprietary technology, which enables industries to make that change towards a green transition, is very, very costly. And India, as a leader of the global South, has spoken for nations of the South around the world, saying that, a mechanism has to be found whereby there is more equitable transfer of this technology. And the question of who pays for this, who pays for the present state of pollution around the world, who pays for the technology which goes to countries in the South which have not polluted as much as, for example, the United States, is something which must be addressed. So that's an ongoing area of conversation between both sides. And as one other important aspect of Indian foreign policy has been the expansion of the United Nations Security Council. That's going to come up certainly in the Futures Conference, which the Prime Minister will be addressing in New York at the United Nations General Assembly. It's not the UNJ or the United Nations General Assembly session. That's what Foreign Minister Jaishankar will be addressing, but the Prime Minister will be addressing the Futures Conference, where he will be speaking, as I understand, on the importance of expanding the Security Council. India has pointed out, A, we are a nuclear power. B, we are the world's largest democracy. C, we've got support from so many of the leading nations of the world, many of them permanent members of the Security Council, towards an expansion of the UN Security Council. And it's not enough for there to potentially be a Chinese veto on that process, that the entire reality of the United Nations needs to change to reflect changing realities in the world. And certainly India deserves to be there, not least of all because of our massive economy, because of the fact that we are the world's fastest growing large economy. And that is significant. We are the most populous nation on the earth. So on what basis is India being left out of the United Nations Security Council, which has been constructed, which is a construct which is several decades old, while it holds incredible importance in geopolitical international affairs, it does need to grow. And so that's something which the Prime Minister will once again be addressing at the United Nations, at the Conference of the Futures. We face an incredible threat of terrorism. The United States faces a concern of terrorism. I expect that discourse on terrorism to come up in various forums. For example, over here in that bilateral conversation, India would talk about extremist threats from Khalistani organizations, some of whom operate in Canada and the United States. We talk about the threat we face from countries such as Pakistan. The United States is well aware of the threat of extremism, and India makes the point that there cannot be double standards on this. A terrorist threat is a terrorist threat. It comes in different ways, shapes, and forms, but it is something which challenges the stability of nations, and therefore India is uncompromising as far as the threat of terrorism is concerned, and that's something that's likely to come up once again as India seeks justice from the attacks that we have suffered, what we face in terms of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. Vedant, I've tried to identify several areas which are of importance, which in a sense summarize the relationship between India and the United States. But again, since we are also talking about the Quad, these are all issues which bind the Quad as well.
And let me bring in our guests this evening, Vishnu. Ashok Sajjanhar is with us. Ambassador Sajjanhar, from an India point of view, what are some of the key aspects you'll be looking at?
As far as the Quad is concerned, the agenda is quite clear as to what the two sides are going to discuss. Basically, I think, since the first summit of the Quad was organized in a virtual format in March 21, and after that, 4 in-person Quad summits have taken place. The agenda has grown. We started with the critical and emergent technologies. We started with the COVID-19 vaccines. We started with climate change. But today, it's a whole new game, whether it is the humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, it is infrastructure financing, it's connectivity, it's education, it's healthcare. So all these issues are definitely be, will come up. And of course, the fact that all the Quad countries want a free and open Indo-Pacific, they want freedom of navigation, they want freedom of overflights. In addition to that, Vedant, what I would like to mention here is that I have observed, from India, from the vantage point of India, Prime Minister Modi was in Singapore, he was in Brunei recently. We also had the visits of the Prime Ministers of Malaysia and Vietnam to India. The acceptance of the Quad and of the Indo-Pacific amongst the ASEAN countries is growing. And I think that is a very good
Sure.
indication, because initially when the Quad came up, there was this sense of wariness that, maybe these countries are out there for some, destabilization or militarization of the area. But I think what we have been able to do is, as Prime Minister Modi said in Hiroshima, in Tokyo in 2022, that force is Quad is a force for global good, and that is what we are trying to project. That the decisions that are taken, that all on these agenda items, there should be benefits that should accrue to the members of the Indo-Pacific. So this is
I
as
think
far as
that's
the
an important point you're making there, Ambassador Sajanhar. Inina Tsukerman come in on this because defense and security are such crucial aspects of the entire relationship between India and the US, and indeed, the larger agenda as far as the Quad Summit is concerned as well, whether it's maritime security, whether it's the Indo-Pacific strategy. The partners of the Quad are really looking at emerging technologies, making sure that our defense supply chains, we're self-reliant when it comes to those, and, sort of looking at furthering those, that aspect and strengthening our, defense supply chains as well. From a security point of view, how do you see this visit?
Well, thank you so much. There's so much to discuss. And actually, even commercial sectors could, in some ways, be seen part of the security discussions. But maritime security in particular is going to be big on the agenda. There's already a number of ongoing projects which can be enhanced in light of the recent developments, particularly in the Indian Ocean, logistics centers, the agreement for U.S. Navy to use Indian ports for logistic purposes, and cooperation agreements related to increasing and enhancing maritime security against common threats which have emerged in the past, the past year, and have challenged both of these countries. There's the idea of combined maritime forces, because it's not only the Quad that is the nature of US-India agreement. It's also the CMF, Combined Maritime Forces. India's full membership is expected to increase interoperability between these two bodies, and of course, defense sales. US has already sold India a variety of military equipment, transport and maritime aircraft, helicopters, anti-ship missiles, howitzers. That is expected to be continued as a point of discussion to continue increase this important trade, as India is looking to diversify and increase and improve its military capabilities, eventually becoming defense independent. It's gravitating towards some of the cutting edge Western technologies and diversifying its arsenal of weapons from France, and now increasingly from the United States, which is really a breakthrough moment. And of course, there's a big project on with a report and recommendations to improve security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific bilaterally, and not just
Point
by
you're
means of
making. All
the
right.
Quad.
Irina, hold on to your thoughts, because these are live pictures coming in. Members of the Indian diaspora really rolling out the red carpet, in a sense, for Prime Minister Modi. Of course, the Diaspora Connect is so palpable when it comes to the Prime Minister's visit, particularly to the US. So a lot of members of the Indian diaspora, Indian Americans, present there at the Philadelphia airport to welcome the Prime Minister. a lot of excitement, color, anticipation. Of course, we all remember Howdy Modi of 2019. And then over the years, we have seen this sort of diaspora connect with members of the Indian diaspora with Indian flags. And it's not just about Prime Minister Modi, perhaps, but also, India and the US. Over the years, how we've evolved as bilateral partners, I think that is also a story to really be looked at. But the Prime Minister has arrived there in Philadelphia, and he's received this rousing welcome from members of the Indian diaspora. But Zenia Behel, come in on this. While, of course, we look at these pictures of the Indian diaspora welcoming the Prime Minister, initially, of course, there was this sort of skepticism about what the Biden years would look like for India. But we have seen in the past couple of years that they've proven to be more constructive, perhaps, than ever before, because we've seen a lot of business being done. And even in terms of the optics, India and US have grown closer, and more so than ever before.
I'm unable to hear the anchor.
All right, we'll try and fix that audio line with you, Zenia Behel. But Ambassador Sajjan, if you would like to weigh in on this aspect, initially that sort of cynicism about what these Biden years would look like for India, but we've really come a long way as far as our relationship with the US is concerned.
Oh, absolutely, Vedant. Thank you very much for that question. When Mr. Biden came, there was this apprehension that when Trump had come, he had done away with all the initiatives of the Biden era, of the Obama era, sorry. Not only domestically, whether it is the Obama healthcare or, but, even on the external front, whether it is the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, whether it is the Paris Accord. So it was thought that maybe Mr. Biden might also do, something similar. But it has not happened, particularly as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned, as far as the Quad is concerned, as far as withdrawal from Afghanistan is concerned. These are all aspects that were started by Trump. Of course, exiting Afghanistan was not something that was in our interest. But, once the United States had exited Afghanistan, the utility of Pakistan had come down very significantly. And we had seen how Trump had dealt with Pakistan. So we've seen during the Biden era also, the Quad, we saw the first summit taking place, as I mentioned, March, the first virtual summit, the first in-person summit took place in September of 2021, just within a few months of Biden assuming power. And then on the bilateral front, whether it was the visit of the Prime Minister last year, the state visit of the Prime Minister, which is a great honor. Also, in terms of the launch of the initiative for critical and emerging technologies, also in many of the defense agreements had been signed during the Trump era, but actually implementing them, putting them into on the road, whether it is the GE 414 engine or it is the semiconductor, collaboration between the two sides, the decision by Micron to put in $850 million, also another investment of $2.75 billion. So, there is the relationship has really progressed very high. The manner in which India received
Irina, on this, Ambassador Sajjan, would you then believe that even if there is a change of guard, of course, whether it's President Trump who takes over or Kamala Harris, this relationship will only grow from here, given the fact that there's fertile ground, there's enough to sort of collaborate on. It's almost like a symbiotic relationship. India needs the US, but US also needs India for so many avenues and so many sort of aspects. So despite a change in administration, do you see this relationship being stable going forward?
Yeah, Vedant, again, an excellent question. I think irrespective of the changes that have taken place in the White House over the last 25 years, since Clinton came to India in March 2000, we have seen the relationship grow. So irrespective of which, candidate is successful, whether it is Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, I am quite convinced that the relationship will continue to grow. There will be, of course, a change of style. there will be a little bit of change of substance, because as we have seen, Mr. Trump is very much focused on trade deficits, trade relations, and he has spoken about that also, calling India a trade abuser, etc. But I think we'll have to work out on that. And with Kamala Harris, there might be some other issues on, social aspects of the so-called backsliding of democracy or treatment of the minorities, etc., etc. So there might be a few differences in style, but otherwise, I think at the macro level, in the overall context, the relationship is bound to grow. And we have set such a template now
Yes.
that, the only way that the relationship can change is grow further, expand further, and deepen further. Vedant.
All right, Ambassador Sajanhar, thanks very much for that perspective. Stay on with us. In fact, before I slip into a short break, a quick word from you, Professor Behl, since we couldn't speak earlier. What's the sentiment there in the US as far as the Prime Minister's visit is concerned? Whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, it's such an interesting time actually in the US. But one thing that both the presidential candidates agree on is that India is a strong and important partner for the West and for the US.
Yes, absolutely. That's something that both the candidates have agreed upon. That's something that former presidents and former presidential candidates have agreed upon. Let's not forget, Obama had declared India a very important strategic partner, right? And of course, under current Republican nominee and former President Donald Trump, way back in 2016, India was placed under the Strategic Trade Authorization Level 1, which is typically a category for technology release on par with its NATO allies. And that's really big for India, right? To encourage trade, to encourage more strategic partnership, to encourage military partnership, maritime security, which is, again, a goal of Quad. And one thing I'd like to point out with this specific summit, which is categorically a farewell summit for President Biden, the last one he will do in his official capacity as the commander-in-chief of my country. One thing to specifically point out is India is one of the largest manufacturers of vaccines in the world. And this initiative is a moonshot initiative specifically for cervical cancer and vaccines, right? HPV, human papillomavirus
and I think that vaccine diplomacy is so critical to the relationship between India and the US. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Professor Behl, but stay on with us. We'll continue to track this story and all those live pictures coming in. But we have to slip to a short break. We'll be right back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also
Welcome back. The big story we are tracking very closely on NDTV at this hour, our non-stop coverage of the Prime Minister's crucial 3-day visit to the US. Well, Prime Minister Modi has landed in Philadelphia. A lot of excitement and anticipation there with members of the Indian diaspora welcoming the Prime Minister at the Philadelphia airport. He is headed straight to Wilmington, where he will, of course, have that crucial bilateral meeting with President Joe Biden. And it's for the first time that President Biden is actually hosting Prime Minister Modi at his home in Wilmington. So, in a sense, symbolic of the closeness between the two world leaders. But a lot is on agenda, a lot to unpack. And joining me on the show this evening, well, Professor Zenia Behel, who is a professor and political analyst at the Cleveland State University in Ohio. Also, Irina Zuckerman, U.S. National Security Analyst. Ambassador Sajjan Har will also be with us shortly. But Professor Zenia Behel, go ahead. I had to interrupt you there. But you were talking about, the vaccine diplomacy and, a lot on agenda, from the India-US drug framework to, of course, harder issues, as it were, like defense, security, maritime security, and the larger Indo-Pacific strategy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about Indo-Pacific strategy, and what I was touching upon was with this specific initiative, it's being called the Moonshot Initiative, right? And a focus of this initiative is cervical cancer. And we need to realize one of the key causes that has been reported, of course, by the New York Times of cervical cancer is HPV, the human papilloma virus. And while Australia has the goal to eliminate cervical cancer caused by HPV, this is a big opportunity for India, right, as one of the global manufacturers and one of the biggest manufacturers of vaccines in the world, to become that hub for specific vaccines targeting those diseases, those specific diseases impacting a lot of developed countries, right? Women in a lot of developed countries. There is that aspect to this relationship. And of course, trade in general. When you look at the US-China relations, some experts argue that it's beyond salvation, right? But again, China cannot be ignored as the manufacturing power of the world. And with the Quad Summit, one of the goals of the Quad Summit has been to shift that focus from China and move it to India, move it to other countries around the world, and increase that partnership. So that's going to be discussed. Technology will be a big focus. AI is a big focus of this specific summit, right? When we talk about jobs, when we talk about the boom within the IT sector in India, when we talk about supporting the developed economies of the world, this is a big opportunity for India, even in that regard, right? Going back to what Geeta Gopinath, who is the deputy director, right, at IMF, who talked about sustainable AI and how AI is going to impact, right, the labor force in the coming years. When we talk about that, all these are opportunities for India, right? Or because India has skilled labor, India has a growing young population.
India,
so, strategic
Irina,
partnerships will benefit India.
Irina, come in on this, because reverse migration is also very much a reality, and that's such an interesting conversation to have, given the fact that there are a lot of Indian American IT professionals, for example, who are now looking at avenues back home here in India. So, how do you see that? And in that context, where does the American dream really stand, when it comes to Indian Americans? Because we've seen that you've had, business leaders, etc., within the US talk about how there are growing opportunities for even Americans in India.
I definitely think it's very much true. Recently, there's been several major US companies looking to make investments in India. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's in full coordination with the official US government policy to increase technological IT cooperation with India, in part vis-a-vis China, but also on its own merits. That includes cybersecurity, that includes AI, that includes, of course, chips manufacturing, but also all sorts of other IT sectors. And I think this is where there is a convergence of these interests that will allow everyone to have a little bit of what they want. The reverse migration trend can benefit the US because you have US educated, trained professionals who understand the US business climate, but who also can navigate personal relationships and business climate in India and take up some of those jobs that benefit both the U.S. business sector and India's economy as well, and serve as a diplomatic people to people bridge between the communities. And I think that's something very positive. But I also think that the reverse migration trend does not mean the end of Indian presence in the U.S. I think we can expect actually more interest among Indian professionals to come to U.S. for working visits, exchanges, professional exchanges, educational opportunities, and I think this is going to be kind of a very dynamic process and relationship of Indian educators and students and professionals coming traveling back and forth and building stronger and stronger bridges and creating a more holistic and a more integrated relationship in that way.
That's an interesting point you're making. But before I bring in Professor Behel and also the Ambassador Sajjanhar, let's take a look at this ground report that my colleague Vishnu Shom sent us from Wilmington. Take a look.
Hello and welcome. We continue with our coverage of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States just a couple of hours before the Prime Minister comes over here. There's a huge sense of anticipation. We've got a lot of smiling faces. Sir, smile, sir. You were smiling all this time. And so we'll just get a word in from a lot of these very, very respected members of the local community over here. What's your name, sir?
Jeet Joshi.
And where do you work or what do you do?
I'm a physician here in Delaware and from Gujarat originally.
Yeah.
So very excited.
What is your specialization in medicine?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Right.
So
are you looking forward to this visit?
Absolutely. This is very, very cool. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
Yeah?
Yep, absolutely.
How about you, ma'am? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My husband is a doctor. The two sons are mine. Both of them are doctors, and I'm very proud of.
So it's a full family of doctors. So in case we fall unwell, Pooja, we can look after that headache of yours. But looking forward to this visit.
Sure.
I'm sure you must be as well.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Tell us your name, sir.
My name is Piyush.
Ganesh Balu, local physician.
Right. So we've got a lot of doctors. Are you all from Gujarat or across India, or primarily the Gujarati community here? What's your name?
Preet Joshi. I'm also from Gujarat as well. Super excited. Never thought we would be able to meet him.
Well,
I am a doctor.
Yeah. So no prizes for guessing that. But what does this visit mean for you?
I mean, I think it's something that we would have never had a chance to get this encounter. And so we're super excited to have this communities. Yes, of course.
As you know, India is doing incredibly well for in the test match against Bangladesh. Do you people follow cricket as well over here? I mean, no matter where I travel around the world, so we're going to be winning that. So you can put that up one more time before camera also. It's the Dream 11 India. And India doing so well in cricket, but then in test match cricket, for cricket aficionados, I know the difference. But tell me a little bit about yourself. So
I am Dr. Dilip Joshi. I'm a psychiatrist. I'm father of this Joshis.
The whole family of doctors. How about you?
I'm Anand Swaminathan. I'm not a Gujarati. My wife is.
Right. And what do you do?
So I'm a software consultant.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. In terms of software consultancy. On the one hand, Indian professionals like you have done so well over here, but there is a sense now that many want to go back to India. So do you see that reverse migration happening?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are a lot more opportunities, and I think the...
Why don't you come next to me, the light is
Sure,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. A lot more people still below the poverty line, so there are a lot of opportunities for software development, and there are a lot of startups that are coming so fast in India. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think...
तो मतलब आप जो कह रहे हैं कि reverse migration हो रहा है यहाँ से?
Absolutely हो रहा है, because वहाँ पे projects इतने अच्छे से चल रहे हैं. So there's absolutely no question about people going back and looking towards startup.
और आप यहाँ कितने साल के लिए रह चुके हैं?
यहाँ पे मैं 24 साल से हूँ.
24 साल. और आपको कभी लगता नहीं है कि वापस इंडिया जाए?
अभी तक तो लगता नहीं है, but we will plan half and half maybe.
But tell me about the IT industry, and reverse migration. इसके बारे में बताइए. IT industry में US से इंडिया काफी reverse migration शायद हो रहा है. इसके तो आपका विचार क्या है इसमें?
I think there are two things. We get very talented software engineers from India. But then in the US, we have a limitation on how quickly they can get their green cards and things like that. उनको green card वगैरह करने में बहुत time लगता है. So a lot of people, they spend 6 years and then go back because they find very good opportunities. And once they get some good experience in the US, they're able to really fly really well in the Indian industry. So वहाँ पे मतलब, so there are people who would like to go back. And of course, our roots are roots, you know.
All right. All right. Well, there you have it. So many members of the community over here looking forward to the visit of the Prime Minister. Just the sense of being close to Prime Minister Modi is something which they're clearly excited about. It's back to the studio.
All right, so very interesting there. Members of the Indian diaspora talking to my colleague Vishnu Shom. But let me bring in my guests back. Professor Zenia Bahel continues to be with us, and also Irina Zuckerman. So, Professor Bahel, you know, while of course there are these larger issues of security,
unfortunately,
defense,
I cannot hear the anchor.
To be looked at. All right, we'll try and fix that line with you. I request the producers to please look at it urgently. But Irina Zuckerman, you know, weigh in on this. While of course we discuss the larger issues of, you know, security, defense, you know, the Indo-Pacific strategy, maritime security, etc. Why should an ordinary Indian worry about or, you know, sort of look at this visit by the Prime Minister? What's in it for an ordinary Indian citizen, given the fact that last time around, of course, the big push was that of the semiconductor plant that will be set up in India, so that will in turn consequently create more jobs for ordinary folks. So, you know, how do you look at that aspect? Why should somebody in the US, why should Indian Americans, why should Indians here look at this visit, you know, and what is for them to take away? Irina, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Actually, there's a number of projects that affect both the local communities and the country-to-country relations. Some of the healthcare projects, some of the technological exchanges, they benefit people both back home and there. But specifically, the issue about the green card issue, in my opinion, is resolvable in terms of U.S. needs. U.S. Recently acknowledged having a big skills gap in among professionals in the engineering industry, in the chip design industry, and this is something that India amply has. And I think encouraging this sort of expedited green card visa for professionals in those industries, and of course their families, could be the start of a process that facilitates the entry of Indian professionals into the US and also has them more integrated into the workforce here. And that, of course, strengthens the local Indian diaspora in the United States. More professionals coming means the growth of opportunities for diaspora in various sectors, even medical sector, accommodating the needs of growing communities, and educators, and people opening restaurants and small businesses and medium-sized businesses. All of that benefits from a healthy migration flow and from resolving this migration issue as well.
That's an interesting point you're making there. In fact, Dr. Tara Karta, former director of the National Security Council Secretariat, is also with us. Thanks very much, Dr. Karta, for being with us. Right at the top, how do you see you know, this visit of the Prime Ministers? Of course, a lot is on agenda, the crucial bilateral with Biden, and then the Quad Summit. You know, how important do you think that is, given the fact that, of course, there are many challenges when it comes to, you know, larger issues of security, when it comes to you know, India's presence in the Indo-Pacific with the growing Chinese footprint. So do you see that Quad Summit extremely relevant and well-timed?
Actually, I mean, in the sense, you know, President Biden has been, well, a fairly good friend to us in many ways. He's on his way out. And I mean, in terms of the Quad, well, I think Modi is the only person who is continuing, because the Japanese Prime Minister is, you know, that's a different issue, however. But in this instance, the point is, see, we are definitely this is one economy which is growing and is growing well, and that is what makes it important. I would love to. I mean, Modi is a huge crowd puller. That's a given, right? He is somebody people like to meet and greet, but the basic fact is you have an economy where people want to invest, they are interested in how India is growing. That's one. Second is how you've positioned yourself in this whole Russia-Ukraine thing. That is also an important thing, because there is, if it does seem to me in the last say maybe a month or so, that this has picked up. So it's at a very particular time that if this thing goes forward, it will go forward very quietly, with probably not in the headlines at all in the next few months, but I think it will go forward. That's important. And overall, it's the next term of Mr. Modi. He's going to be there for a long time now. So both sides, the Republicans and the Democrats, we are okay with both. And I think this visit is a signal also that, we are okay with the Biden administration. You've shifted the Quad summit. You've given away the summit to Washington. So you're signaling you're good with the Biden administration, you're good with the Trump administration. Whatever works for us, we are okay with either.
That's a very important point you're making, that the Prime Minister is equally close to former President Trump. Of course, Kamala Harris is a person of Indian origin, so there is that aspect to look at as well. And of course, the Prime Minister's camaraderie with President Biden is something that is well known. But while, of course, we discuss the positives of the relationship, the fact that the relationship is really transformed in the past 10 years, we have seen that a lot of work has been done, a lot of business has been done between India and US in the past 4 years, particularly in the Biden years. But there are challenges as well, Dr. Karta, particularly, the entire Khalistan issue. I mean, right ahead of the Prime Minister's visit, there was news of the White House hosting some pro-Khalistan leaders, though, of course, that's one issue that India and US have vowed to discuss across the table. But how do you see that, in a sense, as a challenge when it comes to the otherwise positive relationship between India and the US?
See, in any relationship, even I would defy anyone on this panel to say they have perfect relationships with everybody. In any relationship, there's going to be a fracas. There's going to be rough edges. Having said that, the Panun controversy is extremely unfortunate. I mean, he's made this case, he's timed it specifically to cause trouble, right? Because that's what it's all about. That's what he's done all the time. Now, the court has issued a summons. That is standard practice. If you accuse XYZ of a crime, people are summoned. So it's not, it's not that big a deal. It's something Panun has done. And I don't think we should give him that kind of coverage that he is clearly looking for. Other than that, there are other far more serious issues between US and India. On the good side, of course, is the fact they are one of the few countries, major countries, with which you have a favorable trade. Right, it's not in like China. That's the good part. The bad, the sad part, I would say, I wouldn't say it's bad, is that things like the GE engine deal has to still fructify. That's a very serious thing for us. And hopefully the Predator drone deal will go through in this visit. I mean, one hopes that it will go through, because the DSC committee, I think, gave its clearance in July. So I don't see, I think CCS has also given, its clearance. So let's see how this goes.
All right. All right. Thanks very much, Dr. Tara Karta, Professor Zinia Behel, and Irina Zuckerman for being with us and, decoding all those aspects for us, because there is a lot to unpack. There is so much on agenda. First, of course, a crucial bilateral meeting. That is the focus tonight. It will take place at about 9:30 India time. So that's going to be crucial. The Prime Minister is headed to Wilmington, to President Biden's residence, after which the Quad summit as well. So a lot on agenda, and this will remain our top focus on NDTV, and NDTV's Vishnu Shom will get us all the action from the ground.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days. And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
घर साफ है और बाहर भी है, स्वच्छता के रास्ते पे आगे ही बढ़े, आगे ही बढ़े।
गाँव गली मोहल्ले शहर सभी में स्वच्छता का त्योहार करे। स्वच्छमेव जयते, 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 स्वच्छमेव जयते। इरादे हैं, देश से वादे हैं, हर कर्मी साथी बिन सपन ये आधे हैं।
स्वच्छता के महानायक का, स्वच्छता के हर प्रहरी का आभार करे, आभार करे।
स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते।
अलग अलग स्वच्छता के नियमों को अपनाए, ये जन जन को सिखलाए, और आने वाली पीढ़ी पे इस बात की जिम्मेदारी है,
और इस जिम्मेदारी में हम सबकी भागीदारी है, इसे पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी निभाना है। स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते।
ये ज्ञान भी है, अभियान भी है, भारत का ये सम्मान भी है। स्वच्छता का ध्वज लहराया, इसे लहराते बस जाना है,
ना थकना ना रुक जाना है, और बाकी जो है संदेश ये ही,
इसे धर्म समझ अपनाना है, स्वच्छता स्वभाव अपनाना है,
इसे संस्कार मिलाना है। स्वच्छमेव जयते, 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 स्वच्छमेव जयते,
स्वच्छमेव जयते।
विश्व के सबसे बड़े जन आंदोलन से जुड़ने के लिए स्कैन करें या विजिट करें www.swachhtahiseva.gov.in।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi takes oath as the Capital Chief Minister, along with her 5 ministers are also inducted to the cabinet. Rahul Gandhi defends his remarks on the Sikhs. This is outrage grows over his remarks in the US. Big wigs hit the campaign road to phase 2 in Jammu and Kashmir. This as Amit Shah attacked the National Conference and the PDP. They hit back. Air Marshal AP Singh is India's new Air Force Chief.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our non-stop coverage of the Prime Minister's power-packed visit to the US. Well, he's landed in Philadelphia. He was given a rousing welcome by members of the Indian Diaspora. In fact, these are live pictures coming in of the Prime Minister meeting members of the Indian Diaspora, Indian Americans there in Philadelphia. He's headed straight to Wilmington, where he will be hosted by President Biden for a bilateral meeting at his residence. The first time that President Biden was hosting an Indian Prime Minister at Wilmington. So that's going to be extremely interesting. And there you can see a lot of color, excitement, anticipation among the Indian diaspora. That's certainly become a trademark as far as Prime Minister's visits abroad are concerned, particularly in the US. We all remember Howdy Modi and how it all started. But the Prime Minister has arrived in the US. A lot is on the cards, of course, beginning with that crucial bilateral meeting that I mentioned with President Joe Biden. As far as the agenda is concerned, well, from climate change to artificial intelligence to, of course, larger issues like security, defense, the Indo-Pacific strategy, all of that and more, of course, on the bilateral agenda as well. But let me introduce our newsmaker this evening. Well, Harshvardhan Shringla is now joining us, former Foreign Secretary. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us on NDTV. Well, my first question to you, how crucial do you think this visit is? Because this is not just a bilateral visit, but it's also a multilateral visit, given the fact that you have the Quad Summit as well. The Prime Minister will make that address at the UN. So, you know, a lot to unpack, a lot to decode, a lot to watch out for.
Well, NDTV has called it an action-packed visit, and I agree. It's got all the elements of bilateral, plurilateral, that's the Quad, multilateral, that's the UN, and of course the diaspora, which is very critical in the US. This is Prime Minister Modi's 9th visit to the US in the 10 years that he has held this post. But it is a very significant visit because this is the first that he's undertaking to the US in his 3rd term of office. It's also the last visit that he would make with President Biden at the helm. It is important at this point of time to take stock of where the relationship is and to look at what can come, in the months and years ahead. And that's important because if Vice President Kamala Harris becomes president, there is a general expectation that there would be continuity in the relationship. So I think that's important from that context. It's also important from the point of view of global peace and security, because the Prime Minister is very likely to keep President Biden informed about his recent visits both to Russia and the Ukraine, during which he had a fair amount of one-to-one FaceTime with Presidents Putin and Zelensky. And I think interfacing on this with the US is critical, because US is a major factor in the overall situation, and I think it's important to align one's positions as much as possible, especially in our endeavor to promote peace, which is backed up not just by our desire, but by countries across the global south. There's a strong, I think, sense that there should be an end to conflicts which impact so adversely on countries across the world.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, I think that what you spoke about peace and looking for a peace solution, I think that's an extremely important aspect. But, you know, you made an interesting point that there's going to be continuity, no matter who takes over as president. I think we have sort of come to a place where India and the US, I mean, it's being described as a partnership for the future. And there is a lot of business that has been done in the Biden years. I mean, initially there was a sort of skepticism, but I think we've come a long way, given the fact that there have been so many pacts that have been inked, so many agreements have been signed, whether the semiconductor push, defense, research, innovation. So I think we're in that position where it's only going to grow from here, even though there's a change of guard in the offing.
Well, we are in a good place, as you said, because we have the relationship enjoys strong support across the political aisle in Washington, D.C. In other words, we have bipartisan support from Republicans and Democrats. Prime Minister Modi had a very good connect with President Trump. He has a very good connect with President Biden. We worked very well under the Republicans and the Democrats in furthering that very important, comprehensive strategic partnership. And clearly, irrespective of who becomes president, whether it is Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, I think that relationship is going to move ahead. We've made enormous progress in the past decade or so. And I think the momentum that is there is going to carry us forward. And Prime Minister Modi's visit in that context is very, very critical in providing an impetus to the relationship that would go beyond the current visit, because India will host the next Quad summit in New Delhi or in India. And we will be welcoming the new US president and a new Japanese prime minister to India. And I think that's where we can continue and keep the ball rolling in terms of both the bilateral relationship and the significant achievements that have been chalked up under the Quad framework.
In fact, looking at the Quad formation, as a diplomat, Mr. Shringra, you've seen it very, very closely. And Quad has emerged as an extremely strong multilateral organization, whether it comes to security, defense, or geopolitics. How do you see Quad now more important than ever before, given the fact that there is the China challenge that needs to be looked at, the larger Indo-Pacific strategy, also India as a voice of the global South. How is the Quad important for India and also in the larger context of regional stability?
The Quad is essentially a partner to ensure that the vision of a free, open, transparent, inclusive, and rules-based international order is maintained in the Indo-Pacific region. In that context, I think India has been very keen to ensure that the focus on the Indo-Pacific is maintained. It is not distracted by conflicts in Europe and the Middle East. President Biden did hold a virtual summit soon after the Ukraine conflict broke out to reassure Quad partners that we would not be distracted and that the focus would continue to be on the Indo-Pacific. So the Quad serves the purpose of bringing these four countries together on our quest for a vision for the Indo-Pacific. And from that point of view, I think a fair amount, as you said, has been done across the board, because the Quad is not a military construct. It is basically, a framework that promotes cooperation within the Indo-Pacific region that enables us to realize the vision, as I said, of a free, open, transparent Indo-Pacific region. So from that, I think a fair amount of work has been done, and this visit, I think, will provide the necessary impetus, whether it is in ensuring that the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness or Maritime Security is expanded to include, say, satellite sharing and other data between us and our Southeast Asian partners, or the involvement of the Coast Guard in the Indo-Pacific domain, sort of jointly working together to involve the Coast Guards of all of our countries. Essentially, there will be some significant, I would say, both the review and progress in the relationship. And then we will have to bring it to India, where I think we will look at the next important steps under the Quad.
That's right, Mr. Shringla, and also looking at a lasting peace solution. I think that's so important, given the fact that there's a war in Gaza, and of course what's happening in Russia and Ukraine as well. Many would describe it as a war that the world seems to have lost interest in, but it's still killing people. It's still causing a lot of damage and devastation. So how do you see India well placed in terms of brokering a lasting peace solution, and how important is the US in that for India and the rest of the partners in the Quad as well?
So Prime Minister Modi's visit both to Russia and to Ukraine have to be seen as a part of our desire to achieve lasting peace, as you say. in Europe and in the Ukraine conflict. He's backed up not only by our I would say sensibilities here, but also by what the rest of the global South is telling us. I think there is a widespread view among the developing countries that there has to be an end to conflict. And what Prime Minister Modi is doing is using his goodwill and good offices to work with the protagonists concerned to try and bring them to some form of, sitting down together and negotiating an end to the conflict. Of course, this is a very preliminary exercise. It's testing the waters. But the fact of the matter is that this time there are very few statesmen at a global level who have the stature to be able to go to both President Putin and President Zelensky and to be able to talk to them about peace. And of course, speaking to President Biden, the President of the United States in this context is very, very important. Because as I said, the United States is a preponderant global power.
Yes.
It's also very involved in this particular conflict, and not having them on board is really half the work done. So I think Prime Minister Modi's interactions with President Biden will focus on this issue. They will spend some quality time in discussing both what transpired in Prime Minister Modi's meetings with the two leaders, but also in how one can proceed further ahead in this endeavor.
I think that's an important point you're making. There is a lot of common ground. There are shared values between India and the US, and we have come a long way. But there are challenges as well, Mr. Shringla. I mean, the Pannun issue, which is extremely unfortunate, and in fact, news also came of the White House hosting some pro-Khalistan leaders. So, the Khalistan issue, however, is something that both India and US have vowed to discuss across the table. But do you see this as a major challenge?
I think the India-US relationship today transcends many of the smaller issues that could come up. If you recall that when the Ukraine conflict first broke out, and our positions were not the same as with the United States, President Biden specially convened a meeting of the Quad leaders, a virtual meeting, in which he said, we understand where India is coming from. We understand India's position on this issue. And I want to assure all the Quad leaders that our focus will continue to be on the Indo-Pacific. What he was doing basically is to say that our relationship with India is more important than some of these issues that may come up. Some of these irritants and differences in approaches that may come up. Someone also mentioned that over the last 25 years, the relationship has matured adequately as two democracies, as two countries with shared values and principles, that we can take in stride some of the differences, both in approach, policy, and nuance that come up in our relationship. So I would not give too much credence to the Pannun issue. I think it is an irritant, but it will certainly not be a factor in the discussions. It will not be a major factor in the discussions, and it will be something that I think the two leaders will spend very little time on.
Before I let you go, my last question, as a diplomat who has seen Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy so closely, do you think that we have, in a sense, transformed how diplomacy works? I mean, it's not just something that matters to the corridors of Hyderabad House. It's really about people-to-people connect. It's about, it's very much about the people of India. It's about how, the semiconductor plant, for example, is generating jobs for our citizens. So it's really about those people-to-people ties that are a crucial pillar and a cornerstone, perhaps, of the Prime Minister's diplomacy.
No, absolutely. I think Prime Minister's India First policy comes to the fore. Whatever we are looking at in terms of the program and schedule is linked to the ultimate issue of how does it benefit the person on the ground? How does the common man benefit from this? When he's meeting CEOs of cutting-edge technologies, whether it's AI, quantum computing, life sciences, biotechnology, he's looking at many of these companies investing in these areas in India, creating jobs, creating R&D facilities, and accommodating that talent that we have in India.
Absolutely.
When he's talking about the community, the Indian, we are trying to bring, carry them forward in terms of what we can do for their, country of origin in terms of investments, technology, supporting startups, and so on and so forth. So there is everything as a rationale, and everything is linked at the end of the day to the benefit of the people of our country.
Absolutely, which is why there's so much to watch out for. Mr. Harsh Shringla, thanks very much for being with us. Really appreciate your time here on NDTV.
Thank you, Vedant.
And well, before we move on and bring in our guests, take a look at this look ahead to the Prime Minister's crucial state visit. What all is expected? How does it impact India-US relationship? Well, here's a report.
Excited Diaspora welcomes Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States for his first visit to the US in his third term. Prime Minister Modi is on a 3-day official trip, which will include a bilateral meeting with US President Joe Biden, the Quad Leaders Summit, a mega Diaspora event, and an address at the Summit of the Future at the United Nations General Assembly.
There will be interaction with a variety of foreign partners at the level of the Prime Minister. There will be interaction with the large Indian diaspora in the US, and there will be engagement with a host of business and industry leaders.
The 4th annual Quad Summit is being hosted by US President Biden in his hometown of Wilmington. This is also a farewell summit for Biden, his final international engagement as the US president. The White House has said that calling the Quad leaders to Wilmington shows how the president shares a very close relation with the 4 world leaders. Quad, which consists of the top leadership from Japan, US, Australia, and India, is a group which has been set up to counter China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific. India will take over the Quad chair from the United States and will host the Quad Summit in 2025.
Your Excellencies.
Prime Minister Modi is also slated to attend a mega Diaspora event in Long Island, and the excitement is already building up.
I live in Newark, Delaware.
And what are your expectations of this visit?
Just a very high-profile visit. We're just looking forward and welcome PM Modi to our town.
This is very, very cool. It's a great opportunity. Very excited. I mean, I think, it's something that, we would have never had a chance to get this encounter. And so we're super excited to have.
Samia Afsar for NDTV.
All right, so the Prime Minister has landed in Philadelphia. In fact, he's put out this post on social media platform X as well. He says, I've landed in Philadelphia. Today's program will be focused on the Quad Summit and the bilateral meeting with President Joe Biden. I'm sure the discussions throughout the day will contribute to making our planet better and addressing key global challenges. So, of course, the Prime Minister very much in the US. He's headed straight to Wilmington for that crucial bilateral with President Joe Biden at his residence. Let me introduce my guests now. Well, Meera Shankar, former ambassador to the US, is with us on the show this evening. Also, Amy Tarkanian, former Nevada Republican state chairwoman and a Republican strategist. Nish Acharya, former advisor to the Biden administration and former director of innovation and entrepreneurship for President Obama, is also with us. And Raymond Vickery, former US Assistant Secretary of Commerce and Senior Associate, Center for Strategic and International Studies, the Vadvani Chair in Washington, D.C. Thanks all very much for being with us on the panel. But before I, start this conversation, we'll have to slip into a short break, but this remains our top focus on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra. comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity, very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity, very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app.
Welcome back. Our big focus on NDTV at this hour, the Prime Minister's crucial visit to the US, a power-packed one. It's a 3-day visit. A lot is on agenda. The focus right now on the Prime Minister's bilateral with President Joe Biden. I'm being joined by a distinguished panel. Meera Shankar is with us, also Amy Tarkadian, and Raymond Vickery, also Nish Acharya is with us. Thanks all very much for being with us. Nish Acharya, going to you first. Well, as I've said earlier as well on the show, that a lot has been done vis-a-vis India and the US in the Biden years, whether it's a semiconductor push or the work that has been done in terms of innovation, defense research, security, maritime security, and larger issues of regional stability. Initially, of course, there was some cynicism perhaps as to what really will happen, but it has really been very constructive and fruitful when it comes to the India-US relationship in the Biden years.
Yes, in fact, it has been very successful 4 years. I think what we're starting to see is the U.S.-India relationship take on an all-government sort of approach, if you will. So it's not simply about the State Department and relations. It's not simply about the civilian nuclear deal, although that was really the watershed. Each department now, agriculture, state, defense, energy, commerce, everybody has a bilateral relationship and everybody has an issue they're working together with on their Indian counterparts. And that's not something we've seen in history before, where those relationships exist at a deep level, bureaucratic level, political level. And so that's going to continue moving forward. I think, however, the priorities of the next president will affect how much time and energy is spent on these important issues. For example, ISET and some of these other things, they're just getting started. We really will need a lot more intense engagement and not to take our eye off the ball over the next 4 years if those things are going to go from high-level dialogue to real substantive programming. And so with Vice President Harris, I think certainly that will be the case, and we can see that become real programmatic partnerships.
Okay, that's an interesting point. And Amy, come in on this, because what Nish Acharya is in a sense pointing out to is that while of course it's going to be continuity as far as the India-US relationship is concerned, do you see the priorities changing? If perhaps it's ex-President Donald Trump who takes over, what do you see as the priority areas if there is a change of guard as far as the administration is concerned? Of course, there was a lot of buzz around Donald Trump meeting Prime Minister Modi, though of course that has not been confirmed from the India side, but Donald Trump called Prime Minister Modi a fantastic man, and in fact they also share a very interesting camaraderie.
Sure, and it's all very promising, and I hope that he's being honest with those words, because I think that the relationship has been strengthening between the U.S. and India in recent times, and it's very promising. And I would love to see it continue to grow and flourish. So I hope he's being honest. We do know, as your other guest just mentioned, that without the shadow of a doubt, if we were to have a President Harris, she actually does have Indian, she comes from Indian heritage. She is somebody who is hyper-focused on making sure that we're looking at how to assist with climate change. This is not an area where Donald Trump is actually very strong on. In fact, he's very conflicting in that particular area, where sometimes he'll say that there's climate change and sometimes he'll say it's a hoax.
Yes.
And a number of his followers believe it's a hoax. So there are some concerns with a possible President Trump.
Okay, that's interesting. But Ambassador Shankar, come in on this. I mean, the Prime Minister's diplomacy has changed a great deal. I mean, whether it was vis-a-vis Donald Trump, then of course President Biden, there has been this great emphasis on US being a trusted partner of India's. In fact, last time around when the Prime Minister was in the US for the state visit, we saw how President Biden described it as a partnership for the future. Break it down for us. How do you see this diplomacy, in a sense, benefiting India, of course, economically and otherwise? We have seen that great semiconductor push that has been of huge significance, given the fact that you now have semiconductor plants being set up in India, and those are subsequently and consequently creating jobs. But this emphasis on the India-US relationship as a partnership for the future, exploring new avenues, through this diplomatic path. How important and significant do you see that as?
Well, I would say that the strategic partnership between India and the US has become more substantial, and more institutionalized under President Biden. There has been a bipartisan consensus in the US to build the relationship with India, and administrations across different parties, whether they were Republican or Democrats, have tried to build the relationship with India, and I expect that broadly to continue, whether it is a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency. Having said that, there are aspects of their overall approach to the world and their domestic policies which could impinge on, how the relationship evolves in future. With Vice President Harris, we would broadly expect continuity with the policies of President Joe Biden. But there is a little doubt whether, being of part Indian heritage, that might inhibit her from taking initiatives vis-a-vis India. And we hope certainly that that won't be the case. But of course, since the establishments in both sides are heavily invested in the relationship, I think, it should continue with its current momentum. With President Trump, you could expect a more isolationist US policy overall in the world, and a more protectionist policy as part of his approach to making America great again. And what he says is ensuring that global, partners, allies, and other countries don't free ride on the United States. So he proposes to impose 10 to 20% tariff across the board on all imports into the United States, heavier tariffs on Chinese imports. And of course, then this is likely to trigger, counter-protectionism from other countries.
I think that's a very important point you're making, Ambassador Shankar. And I think Raymond Vickery, would you like to weigh in on this? Because this protectionist strategy that Ambassador Shankar is talking about, this is something that has been talked about. And how do you see this impacting the India-US relationship? Because we also have seen many Indian Americans and members of the Indian diaspora talking about what's now being called reverse migration, given the fact that you see a lot of IT professionals returning to India and looking at job opportunities and avenues back home. And given the fact that those IT professionals are extremely important for the US as well, and India is among the largest supplier of human resources, particularly when it comes to the IT sector, to the US and indeed rest of the world as well.
Well, thanks very much for having me. I think it's always a great day when the leaders of the two largest and greatest democracies in the world get together. I do think that it is important to look at what's going to happen going forward. Indeed, I think that from President Biden's point of view, the point of having this Quad meeting, particularly in his hometown, is to institutionalize the arrangement between these great democracies that are aligned for an open and independent Indo-Pacific that operates under the rule of law. There is a concern as to what might happen with a Trump presidency. Not that there isn't bipartisan support, not that he won't support a U.S.-India relationship, but his proposals in terms, as Ambassador Shankar says, for an across-the-board raise in tariffs to isolate the United States economy is bound to have an impact on the U.S.-India relationship. And we don't need that. We don't want to have that happen. We want to be able to have friend sourcing to get supply chains moved from China to India so that we don't have the kinds of disruptions from an authoritarian power. Indeed, the whole purpose of this Quad and the Quad meeting is to involve India into the strategic architecture for the free and open Indo-Pacific. Without India, there's no Indo in Indo-Pacific. And so it is necessary that we be able to do that and not be subject to the whims of who's going to benefit in the short run, the kind of transactional approach that the former president showed in the past.
Okay, that's an interesting point you're making, that of course it's also an issue of larger regional stability as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned. India, of course, has always pitched itself as the voice of the global south. And Amy, is that the sentiment in the US as well, given the fact that both India and the US have to address what is the China challenge as well, given the fact that we have seen the rising footprint of China in the Indo-Pacific, and that is something that both India and US are watching with a certain degree of caution.
Yes, and I would agree with everything that the gentleman just said and shared with the concerns dealing with tariffs. However, once again, no matter who is going to be in the White House in the next 4 years, the good thing is both of them are hyper-focused on making sure that we are keeping tabs on China, but that we were still able to do business. And so I think that that's a promising message. Now, it's the way that they are going to go about doing this business is going to be most important to pay attention when people here in the United States go to vote. You know, once again, you've got Donald Trump, who is going to be more of an isolationist. He's somebody who's been very vocal on putting a heavy tariff on, you know, other countries and doing business with them. But I know that Kamala Harris is still somebody who doesn't want to be bullied by, say, China in particular, and wants to make sure that the United States is still taken care of. But once again, that we can still peacefully do business as much as possible. And I think it's actually pretty wonderful that we didn't just have the Quad summit being held here over the weekend, that the president isn't just meeting with them in the People's House at the White House, but that he is actually personally inviting them into his own home.
And that shows, in a sense, a great deal of closeness
volumes.
between the world leaders. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, yes. I think it speaks volumes.
Absolutely. And Ambassador Shankar, come in on this, because Amy also briefly talked about the Quad. We know that the Quad was largely dormant for a long time, for at least 8 to 9 years after its formation, but there was a sense of urgency within the Quad to, in a sense, counter the rising Chinese threat. And, you know, also tying into the larger ambition of India to, in a sense, carve out a new world order and perhaps move away from the more traditional international organizations like, say, the UN or the SARC for that matter. But how do you see Quad as being significant in the current geopolitical context?
Look, I think it brings together four key democracies, 3 of whom are actually Indo-Pacific countries, and one, of course, the United States, which is a Pacific country. And they really are looking at creating an open and inclusive Indo-Pacific rooted in the rule of law. They all have shared concerns about how to deal with an increasingly assertive and sometimes even aggressive China, which is seeking to apply unilateral solutions to territorial or maritime disputes that it may have with other countries.
Particularly what's happening in Taiwan, for example.
Yes, or the South China Sea with Philippines. So, and more recently, even with Japan, where a Chinese naval ship intruded into Japanese waters. So I think there is growing concern about this. And while this is not a security grouping, largely because India has not been comfortable with it, this Quad summit is expected to enhance the initiative on maritime domain awareness beyond the Pacific into the Indian Ocean, with
Right.
India participating along with the coast guards of these countries to, shore up security in the Indian Ocean and share information with other Indian Ocean partners. So this is a step up. And I think the Quad Summit really today is, an opportunity for President Joe Biden to reinforce his legacy, because he upped the Quad to the summit level and has invested a great deal of his own personal capital in building this association.
Yes, I think that's a very important point you're making. And,
of
you know,
course,
yes,
I
go
think
ahead.
one more thing, that it would also lay out the path for the future. I think it will try to look at certain future directions which Quad could take. And as I said, the initiative on maritime domain awareness is one, how to carry forward the initiative on critical and emerging technologies and creating, reliable and alternative supply chains.
Absolutely.
How to build better infrastructure, climate change, cybersecurity.
Yes.
These are all the areas where the Quad countries have been working together. And perhaps they will try to look at an overall direction for the future. So assess what has been achieved, take stock of the legacy that President Biden leaves behind, and perhaps chart out new directions for the future.
I think that's a very important point that you are making, especially looking at critical infrastructure, supply chains. I think that's really important. But before I sort of wrap this discussion up, let's also take a look at all the reactions that came in when the Prime Minister arrived in Philadelphia. Of course, this diaspora diplomacy is really such a key part of the Prime Minister's visit abroad. Take a look.
और पूरे कमरे में जो एनर्जी थी बहुत जबरदस्त थी। आपको देखना चाहिए था किस तरह सब लोग उत्साहित हुए और किस तरह इतने गर्वित थे, इतने प्राउड फील कर रहे थे कि हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर यहाँ आए।
Modi ji is great. He has brought golden age of India back in front of us, and this is a historical moment for us to cherish.
It's magical, and I just can't believe. I met him last year at state dinner. We were invited, so I met him personally.
Well, the Indian diaspora in America is very, very excited about Modi ji's visit to America. There is a lot of people that love Modi ji. They appreciate what he has done for the country, increasing the economic power of India. India has become a super economic power because of the vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the Indian Americans who are all over United States are very excited to welcome him as he lands tomorrow.
Mr. Raymond Vickery, that's extremely interesting. You know, of course, the Indian diaspora, the Indian Americans are such an important part of this entire relationship between India and the US. What is the sentiment that you see in the US when it comes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Do you see a kind of a shift in the way the US and, Americans, in a sense, perceive India and India's diplomacy?
Well, I think that this is a relationship which has been growing over the past quarter century. And what is happening is with a dynamic leader such as Prime Minister Modi in India, and with the all-in leadership of President Biden, and even the bipartisan support of the former President Trump,
Yes.
it's going to go to greater and greater heights. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to attend to the discontinuities between these two great democracies. And that's the reason these kinds of meetings are so important, because whether it be Ukraine, Russia, whether it be China, whether it be what happens in the Middle East, there are differences in approach, and those have to be worked out. We have to keep our eye on the ball, particularly in regard to China, and not be distracted by other things, because that is a great threat to India. China wants all of an Indian state, Arunachal Pradesh. They say it's part of China. So these things are very, very important to do, and it's not just a matter of the atmospherics, if you will, of being able to greet and meet.
I think that's so important. And Amy, would you like to weigh in on this? Because, you know, looking at a lasting peace solution is extremely important given the current geopolitical context. You have two wars raging, whether it's what's happening in Gaza or, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war. And the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, has reiterated that this is not an era of war and there are no solutions in the battlefield. And perhaps this is what largely the sense is when it comes to President Biden as well, though, of course, former President Trump may differ slightly on that. You know, how do you see the two countries and the two world leaders, in a sense, collaborating on really chalking out a lasting peace solution?
Sure. Well, I know part of their discussion is going to be about the Prime Minister's recent visit dealing with Ukraine and Poland and wanting to hear what message was shared, what message of peace was shared. And so I think that's vital that we continue to have that discussion. I think it's wonderful, that collage that you just showed of the Diaspora attendees, you know, expressing their excitement about having the Prime Minister here in the United States of America, showing that these two powerhouses are, you know, working on a continued effort in a number of areas that are of great concern, not just to India and America, but to the world. And so when you have a combination of events like the meeting of the Diaspora, like the Quad Summit that's being held at President Biden's residency, also adding in the UN Summit of the Future, which highlighted younger people, so that way they could carry the torch of what's going on right now between these world leaders, I think is a great message to show the world that
those
we mean
optics
business.
are extremely important, as you're mentioning, Amy. I think that's an important point. But the last word to you, Ambassador Meera Shankar, you know, circling back to the whole discussion around peace. India, do you see India in a sense in pole position to broker peace with partners like the US and others in the Quad?
Look, I think Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has said it's early days.
Yes.
Because this was just an exploratory visit to both countries. And it would require, you know, willingness on the part of both, you know, combatants and also their supporters to look at a negotiated arrangement, a ceasefire and a negotiated arrangement. I don't see that as yet. After the US presidential election, we'll have to see. But here you see both candidates have a very different point of view. I think Kamala Harris has said she will continue to support Ukraine to win the war. And President Trump has said he would like to end the war.
Yes.
On Gaza, I think Kamala has a more nuanced approach. You know, like President Biden, support Israel to defend itself, but, you know, push for a ceasefire, a deal on hostages, withdrawal of Israeli troops, and eventual negotiations for a two-state solution, whereas Trump really hasn't said anything on Gaza and perhaps might be more inclined to give Israel a completely free hand.
Yeah, that's what the suggestion seems to be. But I think, Ambassador Shankar, you made a very important point that ultimately, you know, it's early days when it comes to, you know, a lasting peace solution, and the two combatants, as it were, really have to sort of come, you know, find some common ground. But I think it's an extremely crucial visit, and these things will be brought up in that crucial bilateral that we're counting down to. But thanks all very much for being with us on the show this evening. As I've been saying, there's a lot to decode, a lot to unpack. It's a power-packed 3-day visit. This remains our top focus on NDTV, but for now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity, very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days. Hello and welcome. We continue with our coverage of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States just a couple of hours before the Prime Minister comes over here. There's a huge sense of anticipation. We've got a lot of smiling faces. Sir, smile, sir. You were smiling all this time. And so we'll just get a word in from a lot of these very, very respected members of the local community over here. What's your name, sir?
Jeet Joshi.
And where do you work or what do you do?
I'm a physician here in Delaware and from Gujarat originally.
Yeah.
So very excited.
What is your specialization in medicine?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Right.
So
Are you looking forward to this visit?
Absolutely. This is very, very cool. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
Yeah?
Yep, absolutely.
How about you, ma'am? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My husband is a doctor. The two sons are mine. Both of them are doctors, and I'm very proud of.
So it's a full family of doctors. So in case we fall unwell, Pooja, we can look after that headache of yours. But looking forward to this visit.
Sure.
I'm sure you must be as well.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Tell us your name, sir.
My name is Piyush.
Ganesh Balu, local physician.
Right. So we've got a lot of doctors. Are you all from Gujarat or across India, or primarily the Gujarati community here? What's your name?
Preet Joshi. I'm also from Gujarat as well. Super excited. Never thought we would be able to meet him.
Well,
I am a doctor.
Yeah, so no prizes for guessing that. But what does this visit mean for you?
I think it's something that we would have never had a chance to get this encounter, And so we're super excited to have this communities. Yes, of course. You know,
as you know, India is doing incredibly well for in the test match against Bangladesh. Do you people follow cricket as well over here? I mean, no matter where I travel around the world, so we are going to be winning that. So you can put that up one more time before camera also. You know, it's the Dream 11 India. And India doing so well in cricket, but then in test match cricket, for cricket aficionados, I know the difference. But tell me a little bit about yourself. So
I am Dr. Dilip Joshi. I'm a psychiatrist. I'm father of this Joshis.
The whole family of doctors. How about you?
I'm Anand Swaminathan. I'm not a Gujarati, my wife is.
And what do you do?
So I'm a software consultant.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You know, in terms of software consultancy, on the one hand, Indian professionals like you have done so well over here, but there is a sense now that many want to go back to India. So do you see that reverse migration happening?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are a lot more opportunities, and I think the...
Why don't you come next to me? The light is
sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. A lot more people still below the poverty line. So there are a lot of opportunities for software development, and there are a lot of startups that are coming so fast in India. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think...
तो मतलब आप जो कह रहे हैं कि reverse migration हो रहा है यहाँ से?
Absolutely हो रहा है, because वहाँ पे projects इतने अच्छे से चल रहे हैं. So there's absolutely no question about people going back and looking towards startup.
और आप यहाँ कितने साल के लिए रह चुके हैं?
यहाँ पे मैं 24 साल से हूँ.
24 साल. और आपको कभी लगता नहीं है कि वापस इंडिया जाए?
अभी तक तो लगता नहीं है, but we will plan half and half maybe.
But tell me about the IT industry, you know, and reverse migration. इसके बारे में बताइए. IT industry में US से इंडिया काफी reverse migration शायद हो रहा है. इसके तो आपका विचार क्या है इसमें?
I think there are two things. You know, we get very talented software engineers from India. But then in the US, we have a limitation on how quickly they can get their green cards and things like that. हाँ, उनको green card वगैरह करने में बहुत time लगता है. So a lot of people, they spend 6 years and then go back because they find very good opportunities. And once they get some good experience in the US, they're able to really fly really well in the Indian industry. So वहाँ पे मतलब, so there are people who would like to go back. And of course, our roots are roots, you know.
All right. All right. Well, there you have it. So many members of the community over here looking forward to the visit of the Prime Minister. Just the sense of being close to Prime Minister Modi is something which they're clearly excited about. It's back to the studio.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our non-stop coverage of the Prime Minister's crucial visit to the US. Well, it's a bilateral and a multilateral visit, but the focus right now is the crucial bilateral meeting with President Joe Biden. The visuals that you see on your screen are from Philadelphia, where the Indian diaspora really rolled out a red carpet for Prime Minister. A lot of color, excitement, anticipation, dance and music as the Prime Minister arrived at the Philadelphia airport in the US. Of course, the diaspora outreach is such an important part of the Prime Minister's visits abroad. But there's a lot on agenda when it comes to business, given the fact that the Prime Minister will be holding the crucial bilateral with President Biden at his hometown in Wilmington, and this is the first time that President Biden in fact has hosted Prime Minister Modi at his hometown, and the other Quad leaders as well, including the Australian Prime Minister, also the Japanese Prime Minister. So it's going to be extremely crucial. We are counting down to that crucial bilateral. The Prime Minister is on his way to Wilmington from Philadelphia. We'll get you all the ground action as well. But what all is on agenda when it comes to the bilateral? Well, certainly two key agreements are likely to be inked. Defense, security, innovation, these are key areas. But of course, the larger questions of geopolitics, the larger question of a lasting peace solution when it comes to what's happening in Ukraine as well as in Gaza. The Prime Minister's meeting with Putin as well as Zelensky is also something that could be brought up in that crucial bilateral that will be held at President Joe Biden's residence in Wilmington. So, of course, varied issues likely to be discussed in that bilateral. But of course, when it comes to Quad, the focus is on countering China, given the fact that this is an organization, this is a formation that was dormant largely for a decade after its formation. But with the rising Chinese footprint, the rising Chinese aggression, the Quad summit becomes crucial as well, after which the Prime Minister is also expected to make an address at the UN building. So that's going to be crucial as well. A rare honor in that sense. Of course, India has been pushing for a seat in the UNSC. Various global partners have backed India in its pursuit of that UNSC seat as well. So in that sense, geopolitically, diplomatically, a very, very crucial visit. It's a 3-day visit. This, of course, comes after the Prime Minister's state visit last year, where he addressed the US Congress also for the second time, a rare honor. There was a state dinner hosted by President Joe Biden as well. So that was really a crucial visit. Many call it the turning point in India's relationship with the US. The focus very much was on semiconductor and looking at supply chains. So a lot is on agenda. And we will keep tracking all of that. But what we are being told is that the Prime Minister is expected to begin that bilateral shortly. We will, of course, get deferred visuals of the Prime Minister meeting President Joe Biden, and that's going to be crucial. A larger message, geopolitical message also being sent out, given the fact that it is a largely unstable geopolitical environment with 2 wars raging on in Gaza as well as in Ukraine. Of course, the Prime Minister has talked about finding solutions outside of the battlefield. And that is something that, in a sense, US has also backed India on. The Prime Minister has reiterated his message that this is not an era of war in multiple international forums, and he's expected to do that in that bilateral with President Biden, also in the Quad summit as well. It's a summit of the future, that's what it's being called. And apart from the larger hard issues of security and military, it's also about very important and pressing global issues like climate change, artificial intelligence. Of course, all of that is also going to be on agenda. Let me introduce my panel this evening. Well, I'm being joined by Adele Malka Nazarian, an American media personality and political analyst, also Seema Sirohi, a columnist and author of India, a book on India-US relations, Friends with Benefits is what it's titled. Also Dr. Swasti Rao, Associate Fellow, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, Europe and Eurasia Center. Thanks all very much for being with us. Mr. Roy, going across to you first. How do you see the Prime Minister's crucial visit? Well, as I said right at the outset, that this is a bilateral as well as a multilateral relationship. But, looking specifically at India's relationship with the US, it has transformed a great deal in the past 5 years particularly. When President Biden took over, there was great skepticism. In fact, the frame was, will Biden continue to double down on India? But look at where we are today. We've come a long way indeed.
Absolutely. It's a very crucial visit because it cements what India and the US have achieved over the last 4 years. It's a kind of goodbye visit to, saying goodbye to President Biden, who was very crucial in sort of adding more layers, not only to the Quad, the quadrilateral security dialogue, for which the Prime Minister is here, but also to the bilateral US-India relationship. You're right that when President Biden came into office, there was some amount of worry whether the relationship would strengthen or whether it would get mired in criticisms. So Biden proved everybody wrong. This summit will consolidate the gains of the Quad. Some new announcements are expected, like maritime domain awareness initiative will be extended to the Indian Ocean region.
Yes.
So that's one big thing. There'll be an announcement on the Cancer moonshot. That is President Biden's personal kind of issue. He was very keen, and then India, Australia, and Japan joined him in that. So yes, there will be a bilateral meeting. I think they're going into it right now. President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, they are going to talk about the defense relationship for sure, because that is, in my opinion, the strongest pillar of bilateral relations. The relationship has gone, from just buying US equipment to actually co-producing jet engines. So
I think that's a really
how
important point you're making, that our defense partnership has really expanded from just buying defense equipment to co-producing and also looking at it from an innovation perspective. I think that's also, and defense research, I think that's interesting there. But Dr. Swasti Rao, what Ms. Sirohi said about maritime relations and about the Indian Ocean, that's extremely critical, isn't it? Given the fact that we've seen the kind of aggression, say what happened in the South China Sea, and of course the rising Chinese footprint as well. In that context, how do you see the Quad leaders collaborating and sort of arriving at some sort of a consensus and some sort of an attempt to, in a sense, counter a rather aggressive China?
Well, a very good evening to you, Vedant, and it's really nice to see, Seema, and because Seema's book, which is Estrangement to Engagement, which is on the US-India relationship, is one of my most favorite books, actually. So I think you got the right person to speak on US-India relations. Coming back to the question that you asked me about maritime domain awareness and all that, I think at the heart of the Indo-Pacific construct, let's remember that it is a maritime imagination. It is a strategically important maritime domain, and that domain is very crucial because that is the domain where we see a unilateral status quo change, at least attempts, and of course also not just attempts, but also examples by this one country. To our east, and we also see that this entire region is extremely important for the various sea lanes of communication, etc. Now, very quickly, when you are trying to put together a kind of a security architecture, or you're trying to sort of uphold the rules-based order, you're trying to give certain solutions to the security anxieties of a maritime domain. I think at the heart of all of these things actually lie the maritime domain awareness, and that is the reason why we saw in 2022 the Quad coming up with this IPMTA, which meant Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness, this initiative. Now, what you're seeing now is that you said that MDA is going to be extended to the Indian Ocean region. Of course, MDA is going to be extended to the Indian Ocean region. I think what is more important this time is that they are going to have some more solid dialogue on how to control illegal fishing. Whenever it is about these kind of things, you would require a lot of, talking among your partners, because all these kind of initiatives would have technological implications and strategic implications as well. And one thing that people sometimes do not understand very well about MDA is that you don't really start with MDA by signing an agreement. MDA at the heart is a kind of a, collection of maritime domain awareness, which also has inputs of maritime intelligence and maritime information. You see, the problem is that even though we have an IFC IOR kind of center in Gurugram, etc., the real problem that we face whenever we are speaking either to the Quad partners or whoever, I mean, this also happens when we're speaking to Brussels, for instance, which is that, so far we are not talking in the common maritime semantics, which means that the kind of information portals that these actors are using, and this is quite technical, these are different. So then what happens is that you can perhaps on a case-to-case basis, you can probably get together and sort of put your act together, but it is not the same as saying that there is a real-time linking of information exchange. So I think
that's a very important point you're
really
making. Yes, that's a very important point you're making. And Adele, would you like to come in on this? The largest sense in America, the largest sentiment vis-a-vis Prime Minister Narendra Modi, do you see a change or a shift perhaps in terms of how America looks at India? Because now it's very much a relationship between two equals almost, given the fact that, we have seen that President Biden has said this time and again that India is extremely important for the US, and also India is among the largest suppliers of manpower, of human resources. I mean, the IT professionals in the US are extremely critical. So what is the sense? Do you see this sort of paradigm shift in the way the US views India?
Hi, I certainly do. I think that we've seen with the supply chain diversification also that is provided with the U.S.-India relationship, as opposed to China, which was the key supply chain provider in the past. I think that we've seen a tremendous shift. I think what we're also seeing, sorry, I have my baby with me. What we're also seeing is that on defense technology and sharing, there's going to be a lot more reliance on on India than over China, especially when it comes to the national security and defense issues. So we're going to see, of course, a shift away from kind of the Sino-US relationship that was marked by previous administrations, and which was started, honestly, more strongly by the Trump administration and leading into the Biden administration, a stronger focus on the US-India relationship. And I think it's going to be a positive all around. I do also see bilateral trade seeing more of a push. I also see that there's, for example, those materials that are required for technology and whatnot. We're not going to, for defense capabilities, we're going to see the Quad meetings that are going to also discuss that. But more so, I think that overall, in a geopolitical sense, India has been more of a peacemaker, of course, which is very important diplomatically. I always have this saying, it goes, diplomacy never works until it does. And I do see Narendra Modi being kind of a catalyst for that. And
Adele, hold on to your thoughts. Let me go straight across to our senior colleague Vishnu Shom, in fact, who is joining us from Wilmington. Vishnu, it's over to you. What's happening? Is a bilateral meeting underway? When is it expected to begin?
So that bilateral meeting will begin in a short while from now. I'm outside the residence of President Joe Biden. This is where the motorcade of Prime Minister Modi is going to be passing through. They'll be entering through these gates. That the building behind that you can see over there is just behind me, in fact. The building, the house that you see over there is part of the property of the residence of President Joe Biden. Now, we expect that bilateral process to take place in a little while from now. The motorcade is expected. We'll get just a glance of the motorcade and then perhaps more images of Prime Minister Modi shaking the hand of President Biden. Later on, there are just official media, one or two media allowed inside, but we are the only private network in a sense over here with perhaps just one other private network. You know, it gives us a sense of where what President Biden calls home. It's a beautiful part in Wilmington, in the state of Delaware. This is where the bilateral meeting will take place, and the Quad Summit will be in this area as well, as I understand it. But the bilateral process is so very important for all of the reasons which we've been discussing for the last couple of days. India and the United States have this incredible strategic relationship. It's a pretty unthinkable to look at where we were, let us say, even 20 years back and where we are now. There are differences in the relationship, but both countries strive to sort out the differences. But the bedrock of that relationship, there are quite a few of them, in fact. One of them, of course, the human-to-human connect, the fact that we are large democracies, the fact that education is so important, and then, of course, there's the incredible economic relationship and the defense relationship. So when Prime Minister Modi comes over here and speaks to President Biden, that relationship is underwritten by all of these factors which I discussed. Now, in terms of specifics, what we expect Prime Minister Modi to do is to brief President Biden on his talks with the Russian President, Vladimir Putin. We do expect some conversations to take place as well about his recent visit to Ukraine and India's role as a leader of the global south in trying to address the concerns which affect millions around the world, and that is the war in Eastern Europe. There is an element of, I won't use the word tension, but perhaps discomfiture at the fact that less than 24 hours prior to this visit, we've seen the United States meeting members of who we associate with Khalistani extremism over here. This comes at a time when the United States has been trying to legally pursue cases against the National Security Advisor and others in connection with the with the Pannun case, where the United States alleges an assassination plot committed on Indian soil. India, of course, says that, you know, we are carrying out investigations and that we are being transparent in the process of doing that. So be that as it may, I do expect that to perhaps be a part of these talks. It may not be an overwhelming part of these talks, but certainly one factor. So, you know, several areas which India and the United States will be looking at today, and this, of course, is part one of the visit. Then there is the Quad Summit as well, and the Quad Summit brings together the leaders of Japan, of Australia, of India, and of course of the United States, and that has a separate agenda that is underwritten by the fact that there is a growing expansionism of China at so many levels. I'm not just talking about at the military level, but certainly at in terms of establishing a greater presence across the Indian Ocean region and the Asia-Pacific region. China has so many problems with nations across the region, whether it is in the Spratly Islands or it's in the Himalayan frontier, which we have with China, problems with a small country like Bhutan, for example. While the Quad isn't explicitly a military organization, it isn't a military organization. It is more, an organization that frames the diplomatic way forward of all of these nations on the basis of their economic and democratic collective. On the sidelines of Quad, however, are the Malabar series of naval exercises, which all of these nations participate in. So there is that military element as well, perhaps far less overt than what we see with the AUKUS grouping, which sees France, Australia, the United States, and Japan in a larger military sort of framework. So that's the overall sort of basis of the relationship that Quad nations enjoy, and all of that we'll see with joint statements, in the hours ahead.
Absolutely, Vishnu, and it's so symbolic in a sense that the Prime Minister will be hosted at Joe Biden's residence in Wilmington. You've been covering this so closely. Break it down for us, because the Biden years have been extremely crucial for the India-US relationship. There was a lot of skepticism earlier. The refrain was, will Biden continue to double down on India? And look at where we are. So what have been some of the key milestones as far as the India-US relationship is concerned in the Biden years?
Well, I think it's not just the Biden years, Vedant. Let me suggest that there has been continuity in foreign policy for the United States with regard to India, and continuity in foreign policy for India with regard to the United States as well. The evolution of this relationship, which has taken place for more than 15 odd years, is on the basis of India and the United States signing several foundational agreements. There's SISMOA, there is LEMOA, then there are several other agreements. These are legal requirements in the United States on the basis of which the United States could, for example, transfer sensitive military technology to India, or, for example, share sensitive information, geospatial information as well, communications between Indian military systems and Western military systems or American military systems through encrypted communication systems. So this is important. It underwrites the defense relationship. Then this has also enabled the sale of state-of-the-art weaponry between India and the United States. So all of this took time. And of course, there was the landmark India-United States civil nuclear deal. That deal has certainly not reached its true potential, but the fact that there has been the availability of state-of-the-art United States-built nuclear reactor technology to India is something which sort of really took that relationship forward. And now here you have the relationship with Joe Biden. Yes, of course, there is the Pandun issue, which has been I wouldn't use the word setback, but certainly a challenge within the relationship. But there has been this affirmation on both sides that, look, it's not a showstopper. It is something which needs to be addressed by both sides, and that is being done. But the broad economic relationship, the fact that India and the United States under Joe Biden, and this is to come to your question specifically, are looking at resilient supply chains for semiconductors. They're looking at climate change technology being transferred to India. The fact that there is a defense relationship, which I spoke about. There are health issues as well, medical issues which are being dealt with by both countries. At the level of the Quad, of course, there is cervical cancer and vaccination among Quad nations, which will be a big takeaway as well at some stage today. But so many other areas, jet engine technology being transferred from America to India. The fact that General Electric is going to be manufacturing jet engines in India, that's a very big deal as well. The Tejas Mark II fighter will be powered by American-designed engines, but those primarily manufactured in India. Jet engine technology is the holy grail of military aviation. It is the holy grail of aviation. Very few countries have that technology, and the fact that the US is willing to transfer a lot of that to India gives you another idea of how deep the technology sharing issue is. Then, of course, there are Indian astronauts, or an Indian astronaut who will be going to the International Space Station in the next couple of months. ISRO in a fairly deep relationship with NASA at this stage. This has nothing to do per se with the Gaganyaan program, which is separate and is India's indigenous effort. But the fact that we will have an Indian, excuse me, sir, could you just step a little bit to the side? Thank you. The fact that you will have an Indian astronaut on the International Space Station, the fact that NASA and ISRO are working so closely together is another area where that relationship has really gone forward. So there you have some of the key issues which, or some of the key themes where Washington and New Delhi have really worked on. But once again, I'm outside the residence of President Joe Biden. It's in this road over here that we'll see the motorcade of Prime Minister Modi pass by. They'll be entering over there. The building behind me, right over there, is part of the property of the residence of President Biden. And, so there'll be that bilateral talk. There will be a bilateral statement, we are told. And, of course, the Quad process, at the end of which we'll see perhaps more statements being released. Back to you.
Absolutely, Vishnu. You've largely covered what all is expected as far as the bilateral is concerned. But you made an interesting point that there's largely been continuity when it comes to India's foreign policy vis-a-vis the US. Given the fact that perhaps a change of guard is in the offing, do you see that continuity to sort of, in a sense, be the defining factor as far as the India-US relationship is concerned, or do you see priorities changing?
No, I don't see priorities changing. I think the US has affirmed its commitment to taking this relationship up to the next level. But remember, the bedrock of this relationship at many levels is the human-to-human connect. The fact that non-resident Indians are doing brilliantly over here. They are one of the most successful groups in the United States. Professionally, they've been very, very successful. They as a per capita average of income, they perhaps earn more than any other socioeconomic group in the United States. The fact that the Silicon Valley itself has had an incredible participation of Indians. The fact that you've had an Indian participation and involvement in several American state companies in the IT sector, and that's reflected by the fact that Prime Minister Modi will be meeting CEOs very shortly. In fact, tomorrow, the CEOs of several leading IT firms in New York. The fact that you've got Indian students going to the United States every single year, record numbers, there is always this pressure of visas being delivered to students, of visas being delivered to families who want to keep up the connect, across the world. So, I mean, that's something that both sides are really looking closely at. If there is one area of strain, and we don't talk about it enough, is the fact that America is just unable to process enough visas for Indians looking to travel abroad, that there are sometimes delays which take place even for students, that, families are not able to get those visas at a time which they really want. But the Americans say that, look, they are stepping up their processes. They say that our processes are slow. They do not really take into account the number or the volume that they need to deal with. So that's something that's, something in the works. It sometimes takes years before people can travel, and that's something clearly that the Americans need to fix.
Absolutely, Vishnu. Many challenges there as well. Thanks very much for joining us with the latest from outside Biden's residence. This, as the crucial bilateral, is set to begin in a short while from now. Thanks very much, Vishnu. And our wonderful panel this evening will also continue to be with us, as this remains our top focus here on NDTV. But for now, a short break.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden.
Welcome back. Our non-stop coverage of the Prime Minister's three-day power-packed visit to the US. Of course, a lot is on agenda, and the crucial bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Joe Biden is expected to begin shortly. But this time, interestingly, at President Biden's residence in Wilmington, the first time that he's hosting world leaders at his residence. Also a farewell gesture, in a sense, to President Biden, given the fact that this is his last Quad summit as well before he retires, before his term comes to an end. Well, joining me this evening, Adele Malka Nazarian, an American media personality and a political analyst. Also Seema Sirohi, columnist and author of a book on India-US relations, Friends with Benefits, the India-US story. Adele, I had to cut you short earlier. Go ahead and tell us what you were talking about. And also, it's an extremely interesting time in the US. A change of guard is in the offing. But what's clear is that US, irrespective of whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans at the helm, views India really as a trusted and permanent friend.
Absolutely. And it's great to be on with you again. If we think about it, there's over 4.8 million Indian Americans living in the US, American Indians, and they are representing among the wealthiest, most educated communities in the country, playing crucial roles, increasing roles in politics, business, academia, right? Think about the number of visas. I think in 2023 alone, the US issued over 1.4 million visas to Indian citizens, making India one of the largest contributors to the US economy, both in skilled labor and educational exchanges, right? Then you have the geopolitical issues, right? You have the counterbalancing of China, of course, which in India's defense partnerships with the US obviously have grown significantly, particularly in Indo-Pacific. I mean, 8 years ago, I was talking about how important it is for the US to take India as a very serious strategic ally and partner on the global stage for these issues and more. And it's an energy. I just want to also point out bilateral trade between both countries, right? It's an all-time high. It was reached in terms of bilateral trade between India and the US in 2022 with 191 billion in assets that were traded between the two countries. Sorry about that. I think that what we're seeing here is, you're right, regardless of whether it's a Trump administration or a continuation of the Biden administration under Kamala Harris, India will remain a crucial and viable partner for the US. On the global stage, diplomatically.
It's also important what you said about the Indian diaspora playing a crucial role, economically, which is why this relationship, Ms. Sirohi, has in a sense transformed to a more symbiotic relationship, a relationship between equals. Why do you think that this diaspora diplomacy is such a cornerstone as far as India's relationship with the US is concerned? Whether it's what we saw in terms of the layoffs, there were some concerns on the part of the IT professionals, whether it's reverse migration, those are issues that are extremely important as well.
Right. The diaspora is extremely important in this relationship. The people-to-people connection. I think, let's look at China. They don't have the same thing that Indian Americans do. The 4 million odd Indian Americans here, look at the Biden administration. There are more than 150 Indian Americans at various levels of government, including at some very high levels. You have a presidential candidate now, currently the vice president, who's Indian American. The rival vice presidential candidate's wife is an Indian American. So the kind of diaspora presence, the importance, the contributions, because don't forget, the best and the brightest from India came here because of the way the US immigration policy worked. And then a lot of the students stayed back here to work.
Right.
So it's become a bridge in the relationship. And going forward, it'll play a very crucial role. But I wanted to add one point about bipartisanship. This is the only issue. India is the only relationship, I would say, on which there is bipartisan consensus.
Yes.
Both Republicans and Democrats want the relationship to be stronger. Just yesterday, the House and the Senate, the House created a caucus on the Quad, where both Republicans and Democratic congressmen came together. Senate passed a resolution saying that the Quad, of which India is an extremely important pillar, is now the centerpiece of the US foreign policy. So if India is part of the American, crucial part of the American foreign policy objectives, then you can see the relationship is on a very solid footing. I feel the trajectory is going to only go in a positive direction. What the Biden administration has done, which is something that should be noted by people in Delhi, is it has compartmentalized the troublesome areas, So supposing there's a hiccup in the relationship, for example, the alleged assassination plot.
Yes.
The Biden administration did not allow that to overshadow other parts of the relationship. And that's something
So I think that's an
that is
important
not
point
as
you're
well
making, that we are at a stage where our bilateral relations have, in a sense, transcended these minor challenges. I'll come back to you, Mr. Rohi, on the Khalistan aspect, because I think that's important. But we also have a readout of President Biden's meeting with Prime Minister Kishida of Japan, in fact. And one of the paragraphs actually talks about what they discussed vis-a-vis China. So the leaders discussed their respective diplomacy with the People's Republic of China and their shared concerns about China's coercive and destabilizing activities, including in South China Sea. They also reaffirmed their commitment to developing and protecting critical and emerging technologies. But Dr. Swasti Rao, so this seems to suggest that there is a very open discussion as far as the China challenge or the Chinese threat is concerned, and that is something we can expect in the Quad Summit as well. For an organization or for a formation that was largely dormant till 2017, the China challenge is something that's an extremely pressing one.
Well, absolutely. I mean, where is the doubt about the fact that, yes, the elephant in the room has been China. And when it is about Quad, of course it is about China. The only thing with respect to China that we need to keep in mind is that I think India's policy of China agnosticism would continue when it comes to formal statements, because ultimately it's in our favor,
All right, so Dr. Swasti Rao, continue to be with us. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but we're getting live pictures of Prime Minister Modi arriving at President Joe Biden's residence in Wilmington for the crucial bilateral meeting. We'll try and get those pictures on air. These are visuals, in fact, from Wilmington, from outside President Joe Biden's residence, where my colleague Vishnu Shom has been reporting from. And the Prime Minister's motorcade has arrived there, is the information that we're putting out right now. Extremely important there, that bilateral is set to begin in just a short while from now. Yes, Dr. Swasti Rao, go ahead.
Well, so very quickly, like I said, that we would, I think from India's perspective, this China agnosticism is going to continue when it comes to formal statements, because you see, one of the things, one of the narratives that the Chinese Communist Party has been extending with respect to India's engagement in the Quad is that, Quad is a nation, NATO, etc. And if you really speak to the Chinese, I mean, I was there a month ago when I was speaking to their strategic experts on Europe and the war in Indo-Pacific, and I think they actually sort of live in a very alternative reality, which is that according to them, India is the major destabilizer. So anyway, what I'm coming to the point that I wish to sort of convey is that having a kind of a name calling when it comes to China is something for India, to be playing into Chinese hands and playing into that narrative. So it is definitely against our interests. So I would expect expect that this China agnosticism would continue. That's the first thing. But if you carefully see, Vedant, about the expanse, I'm sure everybody here is discussing about how there's bipartisan support for India. It's very, very clear, especially when you see, I think 2018 onwards, 2016 onwards, when we've signed these foundational agreements that Vishnu also spoke about. But just if I tell you that if you look at the defense roadmap that we actually put together in 2023, it is not just about the defense equipment. And when you read the details, you probably understand that why the strategic partnership is so important for India. It is from, sharing on the focus areas. There's intelligence, there's surveillance and reconnaissance, of course, ISR. There's undersea domain awareness, which is very much related to the maritime domain awareness point that I was earlier telling you about. There's air combat and support, which is inclusive of aero engines, which, then munition systems, etc. Mobility. So what I'm saying is that when you look carefully at all these details, you do see that China continues to be a very important point, because of which there is convergence between India and the US. Not to disregard that there is also bilateral, convergence, and there's also, this wonderful trade relationship. By the way, a lot of people perhaps would not know that this trade relationship that we have with the US, a lot of times you'll see that US sort of emerges as India's topmost trading partner, and then the next month probably it's China back again, and then this US is back again, so on and so forth. But a thing that is usually missed in these discussions is that our trade with the US is also in our trade we have a trade surplus there. Okay, contrary to the trade relationship we have with other trading partners like China, which is a huge deficit, or for that matter with Russia, with whom our trade deficit is ballooning because of the oil trade. So I think this is one very crucial factor.
That is an important...
Lastly,
Go ahead.
Vedant, I just wanted to conclude my point and say that, ultimately one has to understand that an empowered and a stronger India in the Indo-Pacific is right now in the US interest. And if you sort of understand that key point, you understand why there's bipartisan, consensus on India. And then you also understand why more than 50% of India's defense exports are actually going to the US, contrary to what a lot of people might imagine.
I think that's very well put, that an empowered India in the Indo-Pacific is in the US's interest. But, keeping the focus now on the bilateral, well, these are pictures coming in of the Prime Minister's motorcade arriving at President Joe Biden's residence in Wilmington. Very symbolic in a sense that this bilateral is being held at his residence in Wilmington for the first time. President Biden hosting leaders at his residence. Adele, come in on this point, because there are two key agreements that we're looking at as well. One, of course, the economic framework, and also the India-US drug framework. These are two key agreements that could be inked as far as this bilateral is concerned, and also an announcement expected on space cooperation. There's a lot of interest around that as well. So really new avenues being explored by the two partners.
Absolutely. It's amazing. And I think it was 8 years ago, I was, a part of the Raisina dialogue in India. I was in Delhi. And even then, we were talking about the importance of drug manufacturing taking place in places outside of China, long before COVID even happened and supply chain disasters were, coming to light. But Africa, India and Africa, of course, India's presence in Africa is another issue to be looked upon. Of course, China has a very strong presence there, but even with regard to the drug and pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, with the US-India relationship, it will drive down costs. Also, it is a soft power move. It is absolutely a geopolitical tool in that regard of diplomacy, because what you have here also is India and China now competing and vying within Africa, another entire continent, for the very same things that China had a monopoly over previously. I also want to say, of course, in the national security perspective as well, it's so critically important to keep in mind that India is a much more trusted partner, a much more trusted ally. But I want to also point out, if I may, regarding the American Indian diaspora community in America, United States, that there's, I don't know if you've heard of it, but House Resolution 1131, which actually celebrates and pushes back against the rising attacks against Indians, Hindu Americans especially as well. It's against Hindu phobia. And I think that, unfortunately, it's obviously been an issue for decades now in the US. But because the Indian American diaspora has become so much more powerful and so much more of a mainstay as part of America's fabric in recent years. Unfortunately, the hatred and vitriol that's being cast towards them has similarly become elevated, which is a good thing because now the media has an opportunity to talk about it more and hopefully put an end to it. So it's a lot of stuff happening, you know.
Yes, absolutely. There is a lot to sort of be to look forward to. But Mr. Rohit, there are also challenges that need to be ironed out. Of course, you briefly touched upon the Pannu issue. There also news came right ahead of the Prime Minister's arrival that the White House has hosted some pro-Khalistan leaders. So of course, that is procedural given the fact that they were summoned. But how do you see that Khalistan issue as far as the India-US relationship is concerned? Do you expect it to be brought up in the bilateral? Can India and the US sit across the table and iron out its differences vis-a-vis the Khalistan issue?
Well, I don't expect the Khalistan issue to be raised by the Prime Minister with the President, but I'm sure it'll be brought up at the principals level, like the one layer below the National Security Advisors and the Foreign Minister level. It is striking that the White House should call this meeting the day before the Indian Prime Minister lands. So it looks to me somewhat political to send a message and sort of catering to their domestic political compulsions. The Sikh community here in the US is pretty agitated by the alleged assassination plot. So the government of India has to navigate this. Hopefully, it can do it as smoothly it has been doing so far, but it is certainly a very delicate issue and can become a thorn. But as I said before, there is a real attempt in this administration to keep the problems in silos, you know, to keep them aside, to let the larger relationship keep growing, getting stronger, etc., and not letting the problem areas to come in between. But this is very noticeable that they should have called this meeting the day before.
Right, but as you said earlier as well, that we are in a position where we have transcended these minor challenges, though of course challenges do remain and they have to be ironed out. This is our top focus on NDTV. Thanks all very much for joining us on the show this evening. Mr. Rohi, Adele, and you know, all of you for being here, Ms. Swasti Rao as well. This, of course, is a crucial visit by the Prime Minister. A lot to unpack, a lot to decode. We will continue to track the story very, very closely. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The national capital gets its youngest chief minister in the Aam Aadmi Party, Zatish.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum.
Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Well, this is our non-stop coverage of the Prime Minister's crucial visit to the US. It's a 3-day power-packed visit. A lot is on agenda, and well, the latest is that the bilateral meeting with US President Joe Biden has begun. In fact, these are latest visuals coming in. Prime Minister Modi at President Joe Biden's residence in Wilmington. The bilateral has already commenced. These are visuals of his motorcade reaching President Biden's residence in Wilmington. This is, of course, the first time that President Biden is hosting a world leader at his private residence. There you can see the defining visual from this evening, from the first day of the 3-day visit, Prime Minister Modi with President Joe Biden, and he is taking him inside his residence there for that crucial bilateral meeting. A farewell gesture in a sense as well from Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Quad leaders to President Biden, because this is, of course, his last Quad summit before his term comes to an end. But this certainly is a defining visual from day one of the Prime Minister's visit. Well, he drove down from Philadelphia to Wilmington at the official residence of President Joe Biden. And of course, it's the Biden-Modi camaraderie that has been much talked about by experts and diplomats across the world. It's this bonhomie, perhaps, that's really at the center of India's growing relationship with the US, which has really transformed, particularly in the Biden years. In the past 4 years, we've seen a lot of business being done. But of course, these visuals are extremely important. The bilateral is now underway. What is on agenda? Well, 2 key agreements are likely to be inked. One, of course, relating to the economy, and the other on the India-US drug framework. So that's also going to be extremely crucial. Remember, the last time Prime Minister Modi was in the US, it was a state visit, and President Biden, in fact, also hosted a state dinner for Prime Minister Modi, a rare of the rarest honor. And also, the Prime Minister addressed the Congress as well last time around, and that was the second time that the Prime Minister addressed the Congress, a rare feat again. But extremely important there, the bilateral is now underway, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived at President Joe Biden's residence in Wilmington. All right. In fact, joining me on the show this evening, I have a very special panel. Harsh Pant, Vice President, Studies and Foreign Policy of ORF. Also, Dr. Bharat Barai, Chairman of US-India Community Foundation. Yugendra Gupta is also with us, and Mr. Gunjan Mishra. Thanks all very much for being with us. Dr. Bharat Barai, going across to you. Well, these visuals are extremely important, and also, it's the Modi-Biden camaraderie. All right, I'm being told Dr. Bharat Barai is not with us. Let me go across to you, Yugendra Gupta. Well, as I said, it's the Modi-Biden camaraderie, the bonhomie, that's really been talked about a lot. And it's begun with a hug, and now the bilateral is underway. What are your expectations as far as this meeting is concerned?
See, US and India are the biggest democracies of the world. And any relationship and the cooperation between those two democracies is going to be always welcomed by the world. And that will be both democracies work for the freedom of the speech and the democracies and for the betterment of the humankind and human being. So that's with the meeting of the Modi and Biden, I'm pretty sure that is all what is going to come out of it also.
Two key agreements likely to be inked as well, apart from, of course, the larger issues of security and defense and the larger peace solution that we're looking at very closely. But these two agreements, I think that's a lot of interest as far as they are concerned. You know, the India-US drug framework, and also economically, we have seen that our trade has really gone up, particularly in the past 1 or 2 years. There has been a great emphasis on exports and imports. But how do you see these two agreements, in a sense, strengthening our bilateral relationship?
Yes, so the economic growth is between the two world's largest democracies. As this grows, economic cooperation, definitely it is going to help the entire economic system in the entire world. So from that perspective, I see this agreements between India and Bharat are going to help both the countries. I, being the US citizen here in the US, I look forward for these agreements and the benefits for both the democracies around it.
Absolutely, and I think something that you mentioned was extremely important, that economically as well, India and US are at a position where we're closer than ever before. Would you say, Yogendra Gupta, also that we've undergone a major transformation, a paradigm shift in the India-US relationship in the Biden years, given the fact that, of course, we've seen so much being done, whether it's the semiconductor plant being set up, whether it's the innovation handshake, as it were, and of course the people-to-people connect that's been much talked about. Do you see it as some sort of a polar shift in the relationship between the two bilateral partners?
Yes, definitely the bilateral relationship between both the countries, US and America, is developing and growing over the last decades or so in a very positive direction. That I feel and then see. And I think this relationship is going to grow further, irrespective of the leadership, the growth on this relationship. Because this is the human
that's
relationship,
again an
like the
important point,
democracies.
that the relationship is only going to go further from here, irrespective of the fact that there is a change of guard in the offing. All my other guests are also now with us. Mr. Harshpant, going across to you now, what are your expectations as far as this bilateral is concerned? Looking at the larger geopolitical context as well, the Prime Minister's visit to Russia and Ukraine are also likely to be brought up in this key bilateral meeting. But go ahead, on top of mind, what are some of the key issues you think would be addressed?
Hi, I think, this is certainly one of those visits where Prime Minister Modi would be, in fact, thanking President Biden for his stewardship of this very important relationship over the last 4 years. And I think in some ways, this is a meeting to consolidate the gains that have been made under President Biden's leadership and, of course, wait for the new president to take over. But largely, I think we have, what we expected is bilaterally, we are looking at strengthening cooperation economically in critical technologies, particularly semiconductors. We are looking at a drug partnership and health partnership to be expanded. So I think there are a number of areas where perhaps we will take our partnership forward, benchmarking them with regard to what has happened in the past, but also then taking this conversation to the Quad level later on, which is going to happen. We will see a more multilateral approach to these questions. And of course, how do you deal with instability in Indo-Pacific, and what perhaps can be done defense-wise, maritime-wise, insofar as the wider multilateral structures are concerned. So I do think that both these dialogues, bilateral dialogue as well as the multilateral or minilateral dialogue at the Quad, is going to shape or is going to be part of the larger structuring of India-US relationship that has grown by leaps and bounds. And perhaps this is one moment to reflect back, as much as to reflect back as to look forward, because I think of the unique role that President Biden has played in this relationship.
Absolutely. And Dr. Bharat Barai, as much as this visit is about the larger issues of security, defense, and of course research and innovation, it's also about that people-to-people connect that's become such a cornerstone of India's diplomacy, particularly when it comes to the US. Why is this diaspora diplomacy such a key part, a cornerstone of India's relationship with the US? I mean, we saw those visuals of the diaspora really rolling out a red carpet for the Prime Minister, something that's become almost a trademark as far as the Prime Minister's visits abroad are concerned.
See, the diaspora is recognizing that after almost 7 decades, India had a Prime Minister who had a vision. He was honest. He did not allow corruption at the higher level. He dedicated himself to growth of India in all the fields, whether it is education, industrialization, agriculture. So he is tirelessly working for last 10 years to bring up India's level. And you can see that now India has become the 5th largest economy in the world and is likely to become the 3rd largest economy. So where do you see a prime minister who is so dedicated to bring up the growth of the country and his vision that by 2047, I want to make India a Viksit Bharat. So people, the diaspora is very much mesmerized by what he is doing for our brothers and sisters in Bangladesh, and we wish that he continues to do it, and the diaspora want to do everything we can. Now, you also recognize that there are 5.5 million Indian Americans in USA. So this diaspora, have the voting power. In America, in the elections, you vote by your vote physically, and you also vote by your checkbooks, because the funding of the congressional candidate as well as senators and presidential candidate is done by funding from the common people. So that's what also we have been doing it. And in trying to do that, we are trying to do whatever we can to act as a catalyst for better relationship between the two countries. So the role of diaspora is very important in trying to amalgamate the relationship between the two countries.
Mr. Gunjan Mishra, come in on this. Do you see a kind of a shift also in terms of how the West perceives India? I mean, as we've been discussing, this is also now a relationship between two equals. It's a symbiotic relationship, as many would call it, and it has undergone a major transformation, I would say, in the past 4 to 5 years, in terms of the kind of business, the kind of trade that we've done. And it's gone from, it's gone well beyond just buying defense equipment, say, from the US. It's about co-producing defense equipment. It's about innovation. It's about research. So would you say that there is a shift in terms of how the West, in terms of how America perceives India?
Absolutely, absolutely. There has been a sea change in the approach of United States government and the West, if you see, towards India. They're not only the trading partners now, but they're also getting very tech, a lot of great research together. And I think a lot of tech transfer is being talked about. So I think that's a telltale sign of an equal footing when it comes to the friendship. So because India has been really, it's been in last few decades, I would say, has really come up in terms of its technological prowess. It has impressed the whole world with its ingenuity in technology and software. And it also carries a lot of soft power. And along with that, it also carries a lot of a very big market. So I think all these things coupled together, there has been a realization in West that India can not be, it has to be taken up to the pedestal here. So I think that's where what we see, they're both coming on an equal footing here and being treated as an equal a partner here, whether it's research, development, tech transfer, or any other technological breakthrough. And even in the trade, as one of our friends said. So I think, yeah.
Yes, and looking at the larger geopolitical context as well, Harsh Pant, would you see or would you expect Prime Minister's visits to Russia and Ukraine also being brought up in this crucial bilateral meeting, given the fact that it has been said time and again that India and the US are in pole position in a sense to broker peace?
Absolutely, there is no denying that that it would be part of the agenda, and of course, Prime Minister Modi has positioned India very well in terms of reaching out to both Russia and Ukraine in the first few months of his third term. He has had direct contact with both the top leaders in Ukraine and Russia. He knows firsthand now, not through any intermediary, but firsthand direct interface with the two leaderships. He understands perhaps better than most leaders today in the world as to what these two protagonists in this conflict want. And I think that is the message that needs to go out to America, and America would welcome that, because let's remember that no other leader in the world has a direct interface today, from the Western world has a direct interface today with the Russian president. So I think India is in a unique position. India adds value to the negotiations that perhaps would be needed at some point in time to end this conflict. Therefore, this would be very much part of the discussion, and this would be not only part of this discussion, but also part of the Quad discussion.
Yes. Dr. Bharat Birai, the last word to you, because of course, as we discuss the larger issues, it's very much about, as I said earlier, people-to-people connect. What are the expectations of the members of the Indian diaspora as far as this meeting is concerned, this bilateral is concerned? There have been various, concerns. Of course, reverse migration is almost a reality now in the US. We've seen IT professionals coming back home here in India. What are the expectations of the Indian American community there of this meeting?
Well, we hope that the cultural ties between the two countries, economic ties between the two countries, the military ties between the two countries, and the technology ties between the two countries, they continue to grow. We both are large democracies. We are pluralistic countries. We have so many things in common. We respect human rights. We respect freedom. We respect economic opportunities. So as NRIs who have lived here in this country, we very much wish that this relationship consolidates, goes further, which will be to the great benefit of both countries, especially people in India, where we can bring up their living standards.
I think that's a very important point, which is why this visit is extremely high stakes. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for being with us this evening. This remains one of our top focus stories here on NDTV. For now, a short break. But on the other side, our colleague Vishnu Shom will get us all the action from the ground.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues.
Hello and welcome. We continue with our coverage of the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the United States just a couple of hours before the Prime Minister comes over here. There's a huge sense of anticipation. We've got a lot of smiling faces. Sir, smile, sir. You were smiling all this time. And so we'll just get a word in from a lot of these very, very respected members of the local community over here. What's your name, sir?
Jeet Joshi.
And where do you work or what do you do?
I'm a physician here in Delaware and from Gujarat originally.
Yeah.
So very excited.
What is your specialization in medicine?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Right.
So
Are you looking forward to this visit?
Absolutely. This is very, very cool. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
Yeah?
Yep, absolutely.
How about you, ma'am? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My husband is a doctor. The two sons are mine. Both of them are doctors, and I'm very proud of.
So it's a full family of doctors. So in case we fall unwell, Pooja, we can look after that headache of yours. But looking forward to this visit.
Sure.
I'm sure you must be as well.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Tell us your name, sir.
My name is Piyush.
Ganesh Balu, local physician.
Right. So we've got a lot of doctors. Are you all from Gujarat or across India, or primarily the Gujarati community here? What's your name?
Preet Joshi. I'm also from Gujarat. Super excited. Never thought we would be able to meet him.
Well,
I am a doctor.
Yeah, so no prizes for guessing that. But what does this visit mean for you?
I mean, I think it's something that we would have never had a chance to get this encounter. And so we're super excited to have this communities. Yes, of course.
As you know, India is doing incredibly well for in the test match against Bangladesh. Do you people follow cricket as well over here? I mean, no matter where I travel around the world, so we're going to be winning that. So you can put that up one more time before camera also. It's the Dream 11 India. And India doing so well in cricket, but then in test match cricket, for cricket aficionados, I know the difference. But tell me a little bit about yourself. So
I'm Dr. Dilip Joshi. I'm a psychiatrist. I'm father of this Joshis.
And family of doctors. How about you?
I'm Anand Swaminathan. I'm not a Gujarati. My wife is.
Right. And what do you do?
So I'm a software consultant.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. In terms of software consultancy, On the one hand, Indian professionals like you have done so well over here, but there is a sense now that many want to go back to India. So do you see that reverse migration happening?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are a lot more opportunities, and I think the...
Why don't you come next to me? The light is
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. A lot more people still below the poverty line, so there are a lot of opportunities for software development, and there are a lot of startups that are coming so fast in India. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think...
तो मतलब आप जो कह रहे हैं कि reverse migration हो रहा है यहाँ से?
Absolutely हो रहा है, because वहाँ पे projects इतने अच्छे से चल रहे हैं. So there's absolutely no question about people going back and looking towards startup.
और आप यहाँ कितने साल के लिए रह चुके हैं?
यहाँ पे मैं 24 साल से हूँ.
24 साल. और आपको कभी लगता नहीं है कि वापस इंडिया जाए?
अभी तक तो लगता नहीं है, but we will plan half and half maybe.
But tell me about the IT industry, you know, and reverse migration. इसके बारे में बताइए. IT industry में US से इंडिया काफी reverse migration शायद हो रहा है. इसके तो आपका विचार क्या है इसमें?
I think there are two things. You know, we get very talented software engineers from India. But then in the US, we have a limitation on how quickly they can get their green cards and things like that. हाँ, उनको green card वगैरह करने में बहुत time लगता है. So a lot of people, they spend 6 years and then go back because they find very good opportunities. And once they get some good experience in the US, they're able to really fly really well in the Indian industry. So वहाँ पे मतलब, so there are people who would like to go back. And of course, our roots are roots, you know.
All right. All right. Well, there you have it. So many members of the community over here looking forward to the visit of the Prime Minister. Just the sense of being close to Prime Minister Modi is something which they're clearly excited about. It's back to the studio.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a
Welcome back. This is our non-stop coverage of the Prime Minister's crucial visit to the US, a 3-day power-packed visit. And well, the latest is that the bilateral has started. In fact, these are visuals of the Prime Minister arriving at, of course, at the Philadelphia airport. He is at President Joe Biden's residence right now. In fact, those visuals of President Biden's hug also just came in. So, of course, the bilateral is now underway. Those visuals of Prime Minister Modi with President Joe Biden at his residence in Wilmington, of course, extremely crucial. This is the first time that President Biden is hosting Prime Minister Modi at Wilmington. Let me go straight across to my colleague Vishnu Shom joining us live from the US. So, Vishnu, it's over to you. The bilateral is finally now underway. What is the expectation? Take us through what all is expected to be brought up in that crucial bilateral.
So at about 6 p.m. Local time, and that is about 3.5 hours from now, is when we expect that the bilateral agreement between India and the United States to be released publicly. When it comes to these bilaterals, there is often an assumption that it's all sort of figured out well before the head of state or the Prime Minister actually travels. That's not always the case. There is always this last-minute back and forth which goes on the language of the bilateral agreement, on the language of the text which both sides want to actually release. In most cases, particularly with India and the United States, it's a common release. Sometimes both sides choose to have some different language, but primarily they are agreed upon the big themes. There is talk about the Predator drone deal, whether there's mention about that. It's an important deal. It's been going on now for a while. Price negotiations seem to be the primary area of concern, but it's been cleared by the US Congress, and there's a sense that that might go forward. It's a multi-billion-dollar deal for 31 Predator Sea Guardian drones for the Indian Navy, among the most, and the Indian Air Force, among the most sophisticated drones of its type anywhere in the world. It's used for persistent reconnaissance of maritime targets, which could be, which could be fired upon using missiles, or in fact, by and large, reconnaissance of maritime areas. Also can be used along the Himalayan frontier, where it will be used as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned. We'll have to wait and see if that is something that comes up. There is a sense that, given the fact that the United States administration has been engaging those affiliated with what we consider Sikh extremism, the Khalistani movement, or sympathizers at least of that, in the last 24 hours, just ahead of the arrival of the Prime Minister, and the fact that the Pannun case has come back into the news because the US appears to be ready to pursue legal provisions against even senior-ranking Indian officials in this alleged plot whereby Pannun, who is a Khalistani extremist, was apparently being targeted on American soil. That's likely something that will come up. But India's position is very clear. We will not tolerate extremism or forms of terrorism, neither on Indian soil or emanating from the soil of any other country. That said, both sides are looking to work out a solution that actually works. India says, as far as the Pannun case is concerned, they are looking at some sort of a solution, as it were, by way of independent inquiry being done by New Delhi. So that's something else that they're looking at. But overall, I think India and the United States would look to really step up that strategic relationship between both sides.
Absolutely, Vishnu, and these visuals of the Prime Minister's hug with Joe Biden, of course, that camaraderie is well known, but also looking at the readout of President Biden's meeting with Prime Minister Kishida of Japan, one operative bit, of course, is on China. The readout says the leaders discuss a respective diplomacy with People's Republic of China and their shared concerns about China's coercive and destabilizing activities. So, of course, very open sort of discussion on the China challenge. So, of course, that seems to be high up there on the priority list as well.
No, you're quite right. Now, whether that comes up in the context of the bilateral discussions between Prime Minister Modi and the US President, or it comes up in the context of Quad, we'll get to know in a couple of hours from now. I suspect it's going to be a primary talking point as far as Quad is concerned, particularly since the Japanese Prime Minister brought it up in the way that he did. We are seeing unprecedented Chinese expansionism in so many ways. Look at their rate of maritime activity in terms of shipbuilding, which is unprecedented in the history of the world. At least the scale at which they are building warships is something which has perhaps never been seen in the modern era. The fact that they openly are now in a position to achieve near parity with the US Navy, something which was unthinkable in the years in the past, is something which, Japan certainly is concerned about, Taiwan is concerned about, the United States is concerned about, India is concerned about, because we see the presence of the Chinese in the waters of the Indian Ocean, whether it's research vessels which are actually scouring the depths of the Bay of Bengal, perhaps to enable submarine operations in the future, or the creation and the provisioning and the operation of China's first overseas military base, which is in the Horn of Africa in Djibouti, or their presence in the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka, which they have on a long lease, but it is an area, a facility which can be used to shelter Chinese ships, sometimes military, sometimes spy ships, as we like to call them, but certainly ships which have a dual use at the very least. Well, joining us now, somebody who has had an incredible role in building the relationship between India and the United States for several years. Ambassador Atul Keshup has been at one level at the forefront of or the face of the United States when it comes, in a sense, to building this relationship. But I can tell you that he's been a backroom operator as well in taking the relationship to where it stands now. Thanks, Ambassador Keshup, very much for being with us. Do you expect any serious takeaways from the bilateral engagement between the President and the Prime Minister?
Vishnu ji, namaste and swagatam. It's nice to have you here on these shores. Thank you for having me. Yes, I expect quite a bit. I don't want to make news ahead of the governments, but I received a briefing earlier in the week that indicated that there's a lot of ambition between both sides. They're going to issue an update to the joint statement that was released during the state visit of Prime Minister Modi in June of 2023. There's going to be a lot of focus on the security aspects, a lot of focus on the technological aspects. Our convergence is increasingly technology driven because it is trust driven. And so I think you're going to see that more initiatives between the two governments to take care of the health and safety and well-being of our great peoples and all free people everywhere. So I'm very bullish about it. And I'm delighted that the president is making this special gesture of welcoming Prime Minister Modi at his hometown, in his home in Delaware, and then immediately following that with a Quad summit. I would argue to you, Vishnuji, that this Quad meeting is more important than the UN General Assembly meetings in terms of the strategic impact for the United States and possibly also for India.
Absolutely. The Pannun issue is something that's come up in the last 24, 48 hours once again. There is a sense that it's not a deal breaker, it's not a showstopper in the context of the overall strategic relationship between India and the United States. That's my reading. Is that your sense as well?
Yes, I agree, because Washington and Delhi are compelled to cooperate with one another. The world's two greatest democracies, working with their allies and partners, have to uphold essentially the established order, which has been good for you and for us and so for so many people around the world, in the face of what is now an increasingly concerted Russian, Chinese, North Korean, Iranian, and terroristic threat to that established order. So whether we like it or not, whatever our problems may be, we are compelled toward greater strategic, economic, and technological convergence. And it's happening faster and faster. Certainly the member companies of USIBC, Indian and American, are being caught up in it in terms of life sciences, in terms of cybersecurity, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and so much else, where frankly, Vishnu, the free world has to get it right, because our enemies will contest to try to get it wrong and to leave humanity in a very dark way. So yes, there can be problems between two great democracies that are as layered and diverse as ours are. But I think that the governments realize they have to address their problems in a spirit of partnership, and they are doing so. They're doing so with maturity. And I expect that there will be further such problems between two vast countries like ours. But we have learned how to deal with one another in resolving these problems. And we also do it within the backdrop of a very great and rising strategic compulsion.
Ambassador Keshap, the Prime Minister was in Russia some time back. He was in Ukraine quite recently. This is important because it's not just India, but perhaps the Global South does see India as playing an important role in potentially bringing an end to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, or even if not bringing to an end, but at least starting the process where both sides get on the table and start earnestly talking about peace. I was in Kiev recently. I didn't really see very many signs in Ukraine that they were very close to that stage. But do you believe that India does have a role?
I think India, as the world's largest democracy, absolutely can have a role. And certainly it has privileged relations with many countries as a leader of the global South. And so, I commend and applaud any effort by anybody to try to end what is an absolutely disastrous and ruinous war, a war that has done colossal damage in Europe, particularly to the people of Ukraine, but also now increasingly to the people of Russia and to the economies of every country around the world. But this is a war that was started by one man, and it is a war that can end in 1 minute based on the decision of one man. And if any party can get Mr. Putin to end his disastrous and misguided war and improve the prospects for humanity in Europe and everywhere, I wish them the greatest of success.
Ambassador, let's just flip to another potential conflict, Taiwan. The fact that we're seeing unprecedented expansion as far as Chinese maritime activity is concerned, and certainly shipbuilding is something which all of us are observing. They are in a status of near parity with the US Navy, unthinkable just a few years back. Japan has all sorts of concerns. Prime Minister Kishida has referred to that in a joint statement with President Biden today, earlier on. Again, how is there the broader convergence among Quad nations on the growth of China militarily and strategically?
So this is why, Vishnu, the Quad Summit is so important. And as I said earlier, strategically, it is, for Americans at least, I think, even more important than the UN General Assembly happening next week in New York. The Quad stands for something positive. It stands for the power and potential of all of our free and great democratic nations. It stands for the future, a happy future for humanity. It stands for freedom, openness, sovereignty, prosperity. It stands as a great symbol of solidarity to countries like the Philippines that are facing constant bullying and aggression from the Chinese, who are, of course, a much, much, much bigger polity. And so I think the president going out of his way to host the Quad Summit in his last innings as president in his hometown sends a very strong signal of the durability and the relevance and the importance and the staying power of the Quad and the relevance of the Quad to all of the people of the Indo-Pacific.
A final question, the US-India, the US-IBC, which you head, looks after this incredibly important economic relationship at one level. In a sense, it's your job to push the economic relationship between the two sides. The Prime Minister will be meeting several leading CEOs as well in New York. Could you tell us about the importance of that meeting, of those meetings? It's a roundtable, as I understand it.
Sure. And Vishnu, it's not a job, it's my dharma. I have to push for greater ties between the US and India, because the extent to which our two great democracies can optimize their economic, strategic, and technological potential means that the great democracies will prevail in this great struggle of the 21st century against forces that are essentially trying to roll us back toward barbarism and trying to erode civilization. So the work of the Indian and American members of US-IBC is absolutely critical in establishing the life sciences, pharmaceuticals, and vaccine supply chains that will take care of our people, especially in times of crisis, ensuring that the supply chains are safe and resilient and secure. We are at the forefront of ensuring the semiconductor production will take place in ways that don't make our economies vulnerable. Defense and aerospace capabilities, also munitions development and production, and so much else besides, clean and renewable energy, fintech. The list goes on and on. Our companies trust one another. Our governments trust one another. The initiative on critical and emerging technologies is driving that technological convergence forward. And it is simply because we have learned since the pandemic that not only can we trust one another and rely on one another, but there are frankly certain countries and economies that we cannot trust. And so for American and Indian companies, they are the future of the implementation of the vision of our great leaders, because there's no Chinese or Russian company that represents the future happiness and prosperity of humanity. It is American and Indian people working together to innovate a free and bright future for humanity. And that is the sacred role of all of these companies in working toward that brighter future, and for USIBC as well.
All right, Ambassador Keshav, always wonderful speaking to you. We do look forward to a strong bilateral agreement or set of agreements between India and the United States. That's going to come up in the next couple of hours. Let's see where this takes the relationship that we've seen really prosper over the years. Thanks very much indeed.
All right, Vishnu, thanks very much for joining us with that. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, we'll step to a short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter. And so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even
Welcome back. This is a non-stop coverage of Prime Minister Modi's crucial visit to the US, a 3-day power-packed visit. The bilateral is underway, and of course, the next big milestone is the Quad summit. Well, the Prime Minister's office has tweeted as well. The Prime Minister says it's a special start to a significant visit. The President of the US, Joe Biden, warmly received Prime Minister Modi, and this was at his Wilmington home as well. This, as the White House has also posted on the Prime Minister's bilateral with President Joe Biden. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and also Jake Sullivan, Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, and Eric Garcetti, Ambassador of the US to India, all of them present there as well. And also External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, Vinay Mohan Kawatra, Ambassador of India to the United States, all of them present at that crucial bilateral as well. Well, as much as the visit is about larger issues of defense and security, it's also about diaspora outreach, a trademark really for the Prime Minister's visits abroad. Take a look at this report that my colleague Vishnu Shom sent us from Wilmington.
Got a lot of smiling faces. Sir, smile, sir. You were smiling all this time. And so we'll just get a word in from a lot of these very, very respected members of the local community over here. What's your name, sir?
Jeet Joshi.
And where do you work or what do you do?
I'm a physician here in Delaware and from Gujarat originally.
Yeah.
So very excited.
What is your specialization in medicine?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Right.
So
Are you looking forward to this visit?
Absolutely. This is very, very cool. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
Yeah?
Yep, absolutely.
How about you, ma'am? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My husband is a doctor. The two sons are mine. Both of them are doctors, and I'm very proud of.
So it's a full family of doctors. So in case we fall unwell, Pooja, we can look after that headache of yours. But looking forward to this visit.
Sure.
I'm sure you must be as well.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Tell us your name, sir.
My name is Piyush.
Ganesh Balu, local physician.
So we've got a lot of doctors. Are you all from Gujarat or across India, or primarily the Gujarati community here? What's your name?
Preet Joshi. I'm also from Gujarat as well. Super excited. Never thought we would be able to meet him. I am a doctor.
Yeah, so no prizes for guessing that. But what does this visit mean for you?
I mean, I think it's something that we would have never had a chance to get this encounter. And so we're super excited to have this communities. Yes, of course.
As you know, India is doing incredibly well for in the test match against Bangladesh. Do you people follow cricket as well over here? I mean, no matter where I travel around the world, so we are going to be winning that. So you can put that up one more time before camera also. It's the Dream 11 India. And India doing so well in cricket, but in test match cricket, for cricket aficionados, I know the difference. But tell me a little bit about yourself. So
I'm Dr. Dilip Joshi. I'm a psychiatrist. I'm father of this Joshis. And
I'm Anand Swaminathan. I'm not a Gujarati, my wife is.
And what do you do?
So I'm a software consultant.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. In terms of software consultancy, on the one hand, Indian professionals like you have done so well over here, but there is a sense now that many want to go back to India. So do you see that reverse migration happening?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are a lot more opportunities, and I think the...
Why don't you come next to me, the light is
Sure,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. A lot more people still below the poverty line, so there are a lot of opportunities for software development, and there are a lot of startups that are coming so fast in India. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think...
तो मतलब आप जो कह रहे हैं कि रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हो रहा है यहाँ से?
Absolutely हो रहा है, because वहाँ पे projects इतने अच्छे से चल रहे हैं. So there's absolutely no question about people going back and looking towards startup.
और आप यहाँ कितने साल के लिए रह चुके हैं?
यहाँ पे मैं 24 साल से हूँ.
24 साल. और आपको कभी लगता नहीं है कि वापस इंडिया जाए?
अभी तक तो लगता नहीं है, but we will plan half and half maybe.
But tell me about the IT industry, and reverse migration. इसके बारे में बताइए. IT industry में US से इंडिया काफ़ी reverse migration शायद हो रहा है. इसके तो आपका विचार क्या है इसमें?
I think there are two things. You know, we get very talented software engineers from India. But then in the US, we have a limitation on how quickly they can get their green cards and things like that. उनको green card वगैरह करने में बहुत time लगता है. So a lot of people, they spend 6 years and then go back because they find very good opportunities. And once they get some good experience in the US, they're able to really fly really well in the Indian industry. So वहाँ पे मतलब, so there are people who would like to go back. And of course, our roots are roots, you know.
All right. All right, well, there you have it. So many members of the community over here looking forward to the visit of the Prime Minister. Just the sense of being close to Prime Minister Modi is something which they're clearly excited about. It's back to the studio.
और पूरे कमरे में जो एनर्जी थी बहुत जबरदस्त थी. आपको देखना चाहिए था किस तरह सब लोग उत्साहित हुए और किस तरह इतने गर्वित थे, इतने प्राउड फील कर रहे थे कि हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर यहाँ आए.
Modi ji is great. He has brought golden age of India back in front of us, and this is a historical moment for us to cherish.
It's magical, and I just can't believe. I met him last year at state dinner. We were invited, so I met him personally.
All right, so a lot of excitement, color and anticipation in the US, but a lot is on agenda, from the bilateral with Biden to the Quad Summit to, of course, the Prime Minister's address at the UN building. This remains our top focus on NDTV, and Vishnu Shom will get us all the action from the ground.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7. Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy.
It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news